Yeah, we in the building, man. We in the building. Let's go. Turn me up. Turn me up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. Let's get into this. Hope everybody doing well. Get this video up to 5,000 likes. Let's go.
Don't ever believe that a politician is a leader. Don't ever believe that. Because the system that we have produces politicians. It doesn't produce leaders. And so you can have a politician who knows nothing about leadership and he's leading you. Politicians are concerned about the next election. That's all they're interested in. That's why they cannot be leaders. But leaders are different. Leaders are concerned about the next generation. I want you to compare those two thoughts the next time you have a politician come to your house wanting to vie for your vote. Just ask him, what is your vision for my children? I will sit and listen for 20 minutes for you to tell me what it is. He will leave your house. Because he has no interest in your children's children. His concern is to stay in power, to keep the position, to win the next election. This is why they cannot lead. When you are going to have a conversation with a politician, you should actually try this as a test. You, by the way, as a citizen of a community, you have a right to be seen by the mayor. I hope you know that. If you voted for a mayor, the mayor works for you. Therefore, you have a right to see him. You can make an appointment to see any public officer you voted for. Did you know that? That's your legal right. If he don't want to see you, you can take him to court. That's democracy. So I want you to make an appointment to go and see your mayor or go and see your governor and just sit and say, I want 30 minutes with you, sir. And ask him about that list right there. And sir, what is your purpose for being in leadership in this city? What is your purpose? The first question will make him very nervous. Second question, what is your passion for our community? He'll be wondering what you're talking about. What are you talking about? I just want to build roads and bridges and provide jobs. No. What is your passion? And this is why we need to question the leaders we have. And so I have a little thought here. I call it politics versus leadership. Let's talk about it for a second. Number one, politicians focus on programs, not vision. Number two, politicians' priority is securing the next election, not securing the next generation. Their focus is different. Number three, politicians are preoccupied with promises, not purpose. What we need is statesmen. Statesmen. We don't need more politicians. A statesman is an interesting human. A statesman think of the next generation.
Top of the night, ladies and gentlemen. Please share the video. Let me know if you can hear me clearly. Let me know, please. I want to make sure that everything is well with this one because this is going to be a very detailed live, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a very detailed live. You understand what I'm saying? I'm here tonight to put in a lot of work. So I need everybody to stay focused. Hit that like button. Share the live. It's easier because I'm using OBS. We shouldn't have no problems. We should not have no problems, ladies and gentlemen, sharing, liking and sharing this live. No problems whatsoever. Alright. I don't know. Is the signal good? Are you guys? Is it choppy? Are you guys hearing me? Let me know where you guys are watching from. Please participate in the poll. Share this with at least 25 people. Are we trying to get to 50,000 likes? Let me see if y'all hearing me, because I don't want to waste no time asking you if you guys are hearing me. If nobody want to answer, that's fine. All right. What's going on? Let's see. All right, so you guys are hearing me clearly. That is perfect. Let's get into this, ladies. First, Pastor Peter Chambers' birthday is coming up. His celebration is coming up May 26th. So I want to take the time out. I want to put this out there. Where is it? There we go. I'm live on one platform tonight, nowhere else. I told everybody on TikTok, make sure you guys are here. All right? Make sure you guys in the building. I told them, make sure you guys are in the building. All right? Looks like everybody forgot. I told them 11 o'clock. I'm not going to, yeah, I did tell them 11 o'clock, but yeah, it is what it is. All right, so let's get into this, man. Let's get into this. Let's talk about this flyer for a second. Wow. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, good day, good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are in the world. I was not asked to do this. This is just love. Kingdom builders and kingdom financiers, you are warmly invited to two special celebrations honoring our pastor through God's love and perseverance, preservation. He has brought him this far. Pastor Appreciation Service. Oh, wait a minute. What is this? Well, oh my God. You know what? Oh, yes. No. His 50th birthday celebration is the one I want to highlight. All right? Yes. That is May 26th at 7 p.m. sharp. Pastor Peter Chambers' 50th birthday. It is happening. It's happening at his church. Right? Right? That's the location. In Ochirio, St. Anne, Pineapple. Pineapple, Lynn's Plaza. Shop number 10, Ochirio, St. Anne, Jamaica, WI. So, we're going to talk about Pastor Peter Chambers tonight on the live in terms of prophecy and all of that stuff. And of course, there's a lot of people talking about he's a false prophet. I just laugh. But join us as we show our love and appreciation for Pastor Peter Chambers, celebrating him during Pastor's appreciation and celebration with him as he marks his milestone of 50 years. This is one you don't want to miss. Come out, be present, and celebrate your pastor. See you there. So again, the venue is Pineapple, Lynn's Plaza, shop number 10, Ochirio, St. Anne, Jamaica, WI. All right, see. Make sure y'all in the building if you support the pastor, and if it's possible for you to make it. Of course, most of you have the pastor's number. You know what I'm saying? If you want to you can't make it and you want to show love, y'all know what to do. And y'all can reach out to me. I'll give you his number. And yeah, so do the right thing. Shout out to Pastor Peter Chambers, man. Salute to the man of God. May 26th. Make it a date and don't be late. All right, so we're done with that. Done with that. Let me take this off the screen. I just wanted to get that out the way real quick. Bam, bam, bam. All right, let's get it. So let me play this. I want to have this on record. How's everybody doing tonight? We got a packed show tonight. I'm in the lab tonight. Once you see me on OBS, I'm in the lab tonight, baby. Nobody has said hi to me yet. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if all of my people are sleeping, but hey, it's cool. It is what it is. The show must go on. Show must go on. If they sleeping, I can't be disappointed, or I shouldn't be disappointed, but I'm kind of disappointed because I told them I'd be live, and I don't see them in the chat. I got too much silent supporters, man. Y'all gotta show some love in the comments, bro. It's crazy. Even some of my day ones. Too many silent supporters. Everybody just be watching. Nobody's saying nothing in the chat. That's crazy. What can I do? Still appreciate you. Still appreciate you. I like the interaction though. I'm trying to find this brethren. Here it is. All right, wait, where is this message? Where is this message? I don't know. Should I play that? Man, I'm gonna play it, bro. It is what it is. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, good night. Pastor Peter Chambers, you know, prophecies are piling up, coming to pass. It's not just him. Other people has mentioned some of the things that he's mentioned as well. But we see it coming to pass. So, you know, I know where I heard it first. It's not a competition, but it's the word of the Most High, and it is what it is. Now, recently, a gospel artist passed away. Condolences to his family. But a certain person reached out to me today and said this. Listen to this voice note. He told me I could play it, and I got the voice note saying that I could play it. Listen to this.
Bolo, good afternoon. Name is Wayne. We listen to your program and you want to subscriber. But this article that came out just now, I got it from Jeffrey. Send it to me. Jeffrey Tavares. The passing of Kukudu. But I remember, you know, I drop in my spirit, Bolo, as a man who serves God, is the prophecy from Pastor Chambers. You remember, say Kukudu was one of the entertainer at the Green Gospel concert there, down at Clarendon, somewhere down that side where these people in power are mock God. You know, life is funny, you know, Bolo, when we look on life spiritually. And the reason why I reach out to you, you are the only person I've seen pay attention to these things and keep reminding the public that there was a prophecy from the man of God or the woman of God. So, me want you pull up back them tape and look into it and just try and look into what I said to you. You know, well, it might seem natural to some people because them say, yeah, the man passed a cancer. But anybody will align themselves with these people and support this mockery of the true and living God, put themselves in danger. Supporters and all. So that's what I want to say to you, Bolo.
Serious thing, ladies and gentlemen. God will not be mocked. And, you know, let me know what you guys think in the comment section. You know, I don't wish that on nobody, but hey, we all get the call from the Most High. We all get the warnings. And if we don't answer, you know, of course, you know, hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. So, I'm going to show you the picture of that. But also, ladies and gentlemen, there's a prophecy surrounding daughters, and I was reminded of that. So we are from Pastor Peter Chambers as well. So I'm gonna go into that first. Here we go.
A pleasant afternoon. I'm impressed by the Holy Spirit to remind us of prophecies that has been given. There are videos to confirm that these prophecies were made. And on the topic of Dodos, cartel, and the SSL saga with Usain Bolt and other investors that were part of SSL. And what the Lord is showing me that Usain Bolt is not going to be the only person that is going to come out expressing their disgust, their lust of their well-earned money. But there are others that will be coming out and coming at this present government. The Bible said that his word will never go void. Though the vision tarry, it shall surely come to pass. The Bible said that if you believe the word of the prophet, it shall surely come to pass. No prophecy is given in privacy or secret. And that is why the prophets of old, they had to hid themselves in the mountains. There are many of you who say that there's no scripture. They are telling a lie. According to history and from a biblical perspective, the prophecies that were given openly to the kings, to the great men of old, it was not done confidentially or in secret. And if that was done in secret, then there would never be a reference. I could remember maybe a year or so, a couple months ago, when the Lord gave me the prophetic word that Cartel, Adidja Palmer, would be freed. Many persons, Christians, non-Christians, contacted me and said, Pastor, that is not possible because of the system that is implemented in Jamaica. I said to them, is there anything too hard for the Lord? What are you saying? That God is not able to do the work that he desires? Remember, he is the God of all flesh. And this present government has built a kingdom in such that such fear is driven in the hearts of many, that their power of freedom of speech is taken specifically away from them. Nobody can talk. And listen, there are many of you political Christians who are upset with me. Listen, I don't care. Some of you say you're not coming to my church. You can't come to my church with your obia, your witchcraft, and your transmission nature. There are many of you who try to come into my church, and the Lord used me to expose you. I want the people of Jamaica to understand that God is speaking, that God has spoken, whether you want to believe or you don't want to believe, whether you will hear or you will forbear. But it is very sad that it is the false one, according to you, God is using to expose the secrets of heart. The one whom you deem is fake and is an imposter is the very one that God took up. Didn't the Bible said in the book of Psalm, when your mother and your father has forsaken you, when the nation has forsaken you, when the hypocrites, when the false brethren, when the hypocritical political supporters has rejected you, the Lord will take you up. Though the vision tarry, it shall show. His word will never go void. And I know that God has spoken to me. You don't have to dictate. You don't have to conclude. You don't have to believe. If you want to type and say that a lie, me I tell you, up to you. Because you conclude that it is lie. Because you are a part of the kingdom. You are a part of the system, the evil system. But when the Lord spoke to me about Dodos, the Lord gave me a vision and showed me that he has given Dodos a chance, and also has given Adidja Palmer another chance. The Bible said that he is the God of all flesh. Dodos Cartel is not the first sinner. The Bible said that there were two thieves, robbers and thieves, one on the right and one on the left, at his crucifixion. Jesus spoke, one believe and the other mock. Even though he was in a situation, a dangerous, a death, life and death, he was mocking the Son of God. Jesus looked to the thief and said, in paradise you will see me. I have forgiven you. For some of us, we are the ones who have blocked our way from eternal life. You have given yourself to eternal death, damnation, eternal destruction. But as the Lord spoke to me, we see what is happening. Dodos is on the verge of being released. All I'm saying to Dodos, repent and turn from your wicked ways. God will give you another chance, not for you to come back and to continue another chapter or start another story that is not good, but your path will be righteous. The Bible said it's appointed unto man once to die, then judgment. The wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. God can give mercy. I don't care what none of you want to say. But when you spit in the face of God, when you're spitting in the face of the prophets, the people are speaking on behalf as a voice of the kingdom of God, that's where his judgment. All of you have mocked me for 4 years. Your mockery is going to slap you in your face. And I can assure you, God is going to take this government down by whatever means. The SSL swagger, they did everything in their power last year to cover, and it's getting stink. It is like what the Lord is showing me. It is like a sore. I've never seen a sore that breaks out to the point where maggots start eating out the sore, and the doctors have to put on gloves, masks, sanitize themselves, and to make sure that the infection does not affect them. They have to be using tweezer to take out the maggots out of the womb. They literally have to be fighting to pull the maggots out of the womb, because the maggot has forced themselves into the infected womb. It's the very thing with the SSL swagger. They have covered so many corruption and evil that they have done. The Bible said, he that covered his sin shall be brought to a ruin, shall be brought to destruction. Usain Bolt, who is our legend, he must be respected. I don't care of your political persuasion, whether you're a PNP or a JLP. The Honorable Usain Bolt must be respected. He gained his respect using his athletic ability to possess a certain amount of money. The man never scam nobody. He uses his legs as a means to possess wealth, athletics wealth that no other athlete have done in Jamaica and in the global world. You should return the money of Usain Bolt. I don't care what none of you know. I say, I could have balled about me false, and I'm talking to you who's gonna type false prophet, and you need to talk. You are the ones the Lord spoke to me. You took the blood money. Even some of the Christians took the money, because the Lord reveals to me that Usain Bolt's money was used in a party killer election. They know, I don't know. I'm just a letter man. I'm passing the letter on, I'm passing the telegram on. And many of you took that money. Many of you partook. That is why you're in great defense of your bro devil. But the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. The Bible said that the sure your sin shall find you out.
Yeah, man. You know, done this in Jamaica. I just have the reaction to Pampa. I'm telling you, we're in a lab today, you know. We're in a lab today. You see me? You man, I have to remind you know, and remind the people about that prophecy about Dodos. You can see on the screen, right? You can see on the screen. Walk on, listen. With that. Did prophesy to them same time. So Cartela get free. And Dodos are going to be free as well. If people couldn't believe it, I said, what? What I say? One video is as far back as 1 year ago. Or more than 1 year ago. As far as me can tell right so. Cause so much prophecy did there, you know, man. Tell them. But big up my people and we are rolling in another place. Yes. Really expected more people if I'm being honest, but I don't know what's going on. Oh my God.
If this is the reason you skip vacations, give us 28 days of chair Tai Chi, and by May, everybody will be shocked by your results.
Start your mornings with a special chair Tai Chi program focused on muscle strength building, adapted for men over 60. I made it my goal to stay strong and keep my muscle strength, but the gym became too hard on my body. My friend told me about small with a chair Tai Chi program focused on muscle strength building, adapted for men over 60. It's simple and gentle, without heavy weights or strain. Chair Tai
That's a good on the wrong video a while ago. So I don't know how I'm gonna find back that video. Let me just type it in here. Yeah, see that.
A blessed afternoon to one and all.
People can hear that?
I am coming out of some revelation, and I need everyone to watch and to listen very carefully. And the Lord has spoken.
I don't know. Find a way to play it. The devil is a liar. The devil is a liar. I am gonna find a way and play it. Somebody don't want me to. Hey, some entity. Oh, no wonder they fight my videos, bro. It is something about what I'm doing on this platform, attacking the spiritual part of the angle of the government. It appears as if it's pissing some people off. Yo, listen, man. Before I even continue with this, I gotta shout out to my squad. They probably tapped into my phone as well. I have to shout out to my squad. Yeah, this is crazy. Yeah, I gotta shout out to my squad on WhatsApp. Hey, what's up, y'all? I'm live right now. Pull up. So how comes you don't share this up? That's crazy. Let me see how the live look after this. Let me see how the live look after this, because something just ain't right. Hey, Karen, are you here? Karen usually there like all the time. Yeah, man, Karen usually there like all the time. And I'm not seeing Karen. So I don't know. Turn on back the camera. Where's my phone? I'll use this one. I'll use this phone. Let me use this phone. All right. Alright, so TikTok, so YouTube, this video, that's on the screen right now. I don't know why the audio is not playing. I'm sure I'm not hearing it in my headpiece. So I don't know how you could be hearing it. But if you're hearing it right now, when I press play.
Blessed afternoon to one and all. I am coming out of some revelation, and I need everyone to watch and to listen very carefully. And the Lord has spoken. Some of you have a problem where make God talk to you so much. A blessed afternoon to one and all. I am coming out of some revelation, and I need everyone to watch and to listen very carefully. And the Lord has spoken. Some of you have a problem where make God talk to you so much. Well, you ought to have a problem because God ain't speaking with you, but He's speaking with the chosen one, the one whom He chose to speak through on behalf of the kingdom of God. And this word is to Dudus. I can't remember his full name. Dudus. That was the young man that was taken from Tivoli. And flown out of Jamaica to America, you know, for some charges, felony or whatever. But the Lord told me that he has given Dodos and Cartel.
Wow. What's that?
This word is not for the Gaza family. This is for Cartel. God is speaking to Cartel, that God in the Gaza family. So those who are in the Gaza family, throwing stones and throwing words and being negative and sending death threats, listen, you not big on God. None of you not big on God. And it is proven that even the people who follow the present leader, the road devil, they have sent many death threats. So it's the only government that have people behind it, criminals who are sending death threats to individuals who stand and speak against the evil that is being practiced in this land. Remember, he was the very one who came out and spoke with his mouth. Everything that is done in this land, it is documented, it is here. So nobody is attacking him from a false information or according to him. However, the Lord spoke to me that Dodos will be freed, and the Lord is going to make it possible for Dodos to come out of prison, and this will be done because the Lord said he's giving Dodos a period of time to repent and make it right before it's too late. On the other hand of Cartel, Aditya Palmer is given a period of time to repent. And if Aditya Palmer does not repent, the people of Jamaica will be dragged into weeping and mourning in this land nationally and internationally, hearing the word of the Lord. I know some of you are sounding the alarm, you fall, you fear, and you're Kevin Simit. That's all you can say. Because you don't want to come to the truth. Unless you repent, you shall all likewise perish. Remember, I got the vision Friday night that they rushed Aditya Palmer in an ambulance to the hospital. Hallelujah. Glory be to God. Thank you, Jesus. And while he was there, I heard people in the vision, them rush Cartel to hospital, critical in a critical state. Individual, I heard the doctors said this is not good, this is critical. Unless you repent and turn from your wicked ways. Repent and do good. Repent and be baptized and Aditya Palmer. In the name of Jesus Christ, for the remission of your sins. And he shall receive the gift of the Holy Ghost. So I want the Gaza family to understand this is not a Gaza family war, it's a God. So if you all come up and want to fight the Son of God, you're fighting a losing battle. Because I've never heard a man fight God and win. None. Hallelujah. Aditya Palmer is at the verge, he's at the state that he needs God more than anything right now. Yes, I know some of you want to worship him and say, my God, him are the God, the God, and say, and you all want to declare that he is God. You want to worship him. The Bible said you should have no other gods beside me. I can assure you, God can remove anyone. A young man came on my life this morning saying that he does not believe that God kills. The Lord give it and he take it away. God creates, he gives life and he takes life. He is God all by himself. You don't have to question the authenticity of God. But Dodos, you will be freed. God is going to do everything in his power to make you free and to show you that he's God all by himself. I know some people didn't believe when I told them that Cartel will be freed. They said, Pastor, oh, that is possible. And hallelujah. Lock down the system. The system is corrupt. But you know what God did? God removed hallelujah to make his objective come to pass. His word will never go void. Those of which and carry, it shall surely come to pass. Look But what happened? Look how long Marlon Llewellyn has been, the DPP, the former DPP, has been in office. And as long as she had been in, cartel would have been behind bars. But immediately, as God removed her from her position, cartel is being freed. The just judge, I must compliment the judge who freed cartel. And for those who have been bashing cartel and saying that he's a murderer, yes, according to information, you may say that he had murdered. Many of you have murdered people with your mouth, with your tongue, with your mind, with your heart. Some of you gonna hold your man, and you kill people, you murder people with witchcraft. Is that different from cartel sin? If any of you have never sinned, cast the first stone. So the Lord is showing the magistrate, the judiciary, that he is in control. Not the magistrate, not the judiciary, not the lawyer, not the judge, not even the jury. The jury has the compile of people, the panel of people who are on, a group of people that decided a verdict. Not even them. Because if God decided to shut down the whole of them, none of them can go to the courthouse. Cartel, Dodos, I'm warning you in the name of Jesus Christ. Repent quickly before judgment begins. God is giving you all mercy. But the mercy must be maximized, Lord. The mercy, there must be action behind the mercy. And each of God did not free you to go back to your old ways. He freed you to make it right with God. And I implore you by the mercies of God. Because if you don't repent, you'll say the Lord. The Jamaicans are going to weep. Internationally, they're going to weep. And they're going to bury you. Because the Lord showed me that, listen, you're just like a trash. Right now, your body is just like a trash. Anything happens, if anything touch you, you drop a go and dead. And to those who are attacking on TikTok, the word of the Lord, your judgment is here. To those who are saying judge not to be judged, the Lord says you will be judged. Because you oppose the voice of the Lord. You oppose the objectives of God. And because of that, you will be punished severely. You will be freed in the name of Jesus Christ. So thus say the Lord, you will be freed. On the premises of the impossibility, that which seemed impossible for men is possible for the Lord. Notice, if the Lord free this pastor from the palms of the broad devil, the broad God, God can deliver you. God can set you free. God is not using your past and your sins against you. What God is using against you, notice, is a repentance. Repent quickly.
Here you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, anybody who care about Dodos, remind them of that. Don't take it lightly. Anybody who care about cartel, but they're close to him, reminding them of that. And don't be ignorant. This was not done in hate. This was done in love. Right? This are you to, recognize cartel talent.
That is a beautiful sentiment to keep in the heart.
These are you to recognize cartel sentiment. And when it comes on to God making his judgment as to who he gives mercy to, I understand that God is sovereign. So I would never question God giving mercy to Dodos. I would never question it. I need mercy myself. I hear what the pastor said. The pastor said, a lot of you unalive people with obia, with your mouth. A lot of you, and if it doesn't apply to you that's listening, I'm speaking to the wider world and the audience that will be listening to this video. A lot of you people do that. So you know, it's not like none of us are perfect or we live in this life of righteousness. We all have to repent on a daily basis if we are really serious about our salvation. You know what I'm saying? But imagine a youth like Cartel and a youth and a bridging like Dodos baptizing and recognizing the Lord, Jesus Christ as their Lord and Savior. You know how much glory that would bring to the name of the Lord, and bring people more to save them. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, it has to be real, it has to be authentic. They have to make that choice, you know. So and then prophetically we see that, you know, under 2 years left for others to be free. So Pastor Teacher Chambers called it, and of course, hey, hopefully these two gentlemen answer the call from the Word of God. Alright, let me know what you guys think in the comment section. Share this video, like the video, and let's get to the next one. Alright, let me take this down. Take this down. Alright, take this down. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, in this video, I want to encourage you guys to go and check out Two Locks on YouTube, right? You know, this is a political show. If you're new to it, this is a political show right now where we break down what's going on with our leaders. And recently some crazy claims was made by, some crazy statements was made by our National Security Minister, Horace Chang. And it's refreshing for me to see somebody that, like a Two Locks, that doesn't really delve into the politics too much. And if I'm not mistaken, he can correct me if he sees this video, where he's the type of person that views the two party and sees like, okay, you got stuff going on and you got stuff going on. He's not die-hearted, nothing. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't think like that. So yeah, let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear his perspective on this situation.
I'm gonna stop discuss them publicly. I'm gonna just get them done. Anyway, I show all them people and I stop till them create them own downfall in Jamaica. Matter of fact, it's already created. The things we actually oppress the people them, nobody not talk about that. Them things are important. I go through social media and see this.
And them, sometimes some of these people calling on the police to always have cameras should go out there and go to Twickenham Park and let the JD fire some rounds on them head, them hear what that F-16 buzzing on them head is like. Policemen know that, they face that. They can't be made into targets. If we support cause that make the police look like they're acting criminally in high violence society and in difficult areas, it undermines the authority of the police.
Embarrassing.
Believe it or not, I would draw the person you will marry.
I'm going to tell you, Ruffy, embarrassing.
I'll clarify everything what I'm saying now.
Acting criminally in high violence society and in difficult areas, it undermines the authority of the police.
No, I'll clarify everything what I'm saying now today with the article here. Alright, so listen, nobody comes for gun raids, says Minister Chang, citing risk to officers. Jamaica's National Security Minister Horace Chang has pushed back firmly against growing calls for police to wear body cameras during armed operations, arguing that such a move would endanger officers rather than improve accountability. This issue has become a flashpoint between the government and civil society groups, particularly Jamaicans for Justice, which has been advocating for increased use of body cameras following a rise in fatal police shootings. But Chang made it clear this week that cameras will not be used in high-risk tactical engagements. This thing that you must wear a camera when you're going to look for a man who has an M16 that's firing 60 rounds per second is a crazy idea, he said. When gunshots start blaze across your head or over your head, you're going to find cover even if you're a policeman, and look a place where you can find space to in fact return fire, Chang added. He stressed that during planned early morning operations targeting armed suspects, officers will not be equipped with cameras, arguing that doing so would compromise their safety. Jesus Christ. You can't send an officer in there with a marked car with lights blaring. They're gone. No, my loss.
He needs some milk.
Car with lights blaring. They're gone. No, my loss. I don't know if Uno can send me the location for the argument here, because trust me, I try everything and I just can't find my way to the argument here. Because me I try make the correlation between what Changa say and body camera. And don't come tell me say people are misunderstanding. Because when people are misunderstanding you revisit the argument and then play it back. And then it actually start make sense. So you say, oh, and that it did mean. Me do that a million times and still can't arrive at what I mean. How is the conspicuousness of a camera upon a vest comparable to a police car with siren ablaze? I mix it up with life vest like what them wear upon Titanic and them thing there. We have the whistle and the light on upon the vest.
Oh, listen, man. I think this is the best reaction and breakdown to what Horace Chang said. Because just look at those two things that he's mentioning. Yeah. How can you come, like, it's not comparable, bro. What are you doing? I said it on my live earlier. I was like, don't they, and he said it before I said it. What he said opened up my mind, and you're going to hear it later on. He said something about their uniforms. And I'm like, yeah. It's not just their uniforms. What about the police vehicle that they're in? You know what I'm saying? Albeit it's night. Yo, look on the vehicle and what them drive. Isn't that enough to have criminals going, oh, the police? You know what I'm saying? And put them in danger. Because you notice them. It's not like the police then went there and they weren't in uniform and they weren't in their police vehicles when they went in these operations. Come on, man, stop. How is a camera right here somewhere around your chest here going to just make you a target and put you in jeopardy? Nonsense, but let's listen more.
Case in a dark night, I saw them camera and with siren ablaze. I mix it up with life vest like what them wear upon Titanic and them thing there. We have the whistle and the light on upon the vest. In case in a dark night, I saw them camera the state. No, Mr. Chang, you know make one, much less 2 cents right there, so. Me no understand what you say. How does the gunman recognize the police based on the camera upon him vest? Over everything else, we could have tell this gunman says a police. You think when police are kick off man door, gunman have time to look if camera upon him vest? That don't make sense. So you send a special squad in there. They're at risk. They'll be killed if they're not careful. And they can't go in with cameras. Cameras make them a target. Chang stated. Now, me have to stop right there, sir. You want to tell me about the simple facts they are read any place. The facts that the police them wear a body camera would have make them a target for gunman. More than the fact. So them a police? Chang emphasized that body cameras remain part of the Jamaica Constabulary Force toolkit with additional units on the way. However, he understood that decisions about their deployment rest solely with the police commissioner, Kevin Blake. It is a part of the police equipment like anything else, so we buy the cameras and the police issue them. Chang also rebuked attempts by civil society groups to influence operational decisions, maintaining that while all police activities are planned, including coordinated road checks, external groups cannot dictate how law enforcement deploy its resources. Chang argued that there is little evidence to support the effectiveness of body cameras in high-risk operations, pointing to their use in the United States, including departments like Los Angeles Police Department, where they were introduced largely to document routine public interactions in response to concerns about racial profiling. May I stop again? So the amount of time where people block road and say police are innocent youth them. For example, the two brother them were police are sent on. See them up on the screen. When people have them concerned as a police just a moving, cause we have to remember this, you know. We know about the dirty corner boy and everything in our life is a balance. The on the spot, the therapy, the whole of them things they're good for society. But life have a balance. With all these things where the man them a burn out the criminal, the man I say criminal. Automatically these dumb people will think everybody a criminal. So them in a comment section I say everybody for dead when police kill them. And every youth the police go guilty. We just want to know if I understand that. Because we get so used to the man when we burn out the criminal them, that's when I think everybody are criminals. Straight. And the concept of that wrong. Straight. So if the police them go in a camera and the people in Black Road and I say police murder the youth them, the camera that proves say nothing no go so.
Simple.
Because the camera would have show said the youth them did a return fire according to police allegations.
Look for this situation. And you're gonna see the police are block the person from video. Look at this.
But if the police them not going in with the camera, it will always be the people.
See it? As soon as him realize say the person on video. Why you don't want for the on video? Why you block the video? Because you do something wrong, bro. It plain as day, fam. Too much police in the force not doing their job legally. Period. And it end up say people are lose them life because of that innocent people, bro. Straight. Not because a man a resist arrest means you're supposed to put a bullet in him. There's many other ways to subdue a person that is resisting arrest. You feel me I say? Especially if them don't have a weapon upon them. So if you are on police and the only way you can subdue a person and put handcuffs upon them is by shooting them, maybe you shouldn't be a police. But let's continue.
Them will block the road. Word against the police. So the police wear them camera for show so them youth are a criminal. Problem solved. This is not rocket science. But in my opinion, it's true them know so them have a quota. For example, you know like how the police them touch the road and them have to get a certain amount of traffic ticket for the day. Same so the police them have a certain amount of youth for little in order to prove so them have fight crime. Because majority of the crime.
Yo, I play that again. Because I share the same opinion as 2 lakhs. Yeah, I play that again, Jamaica. I don't like and share the video. I play that again.
But in my opinion, it's true them know so them have a quota. For example, you know like how the police them touch the road and them have to get a certain amount of traffic ticket for the day. Same so the police them have a certain amount of youth for little in order to prove so them have fight crime. Because majority of the crime of the police them say them a fight. In a Jamaica, let's not fool yourself. A lot of the youth them get murdered because the police just go kill them. Because guess what? People are going to automatically assume so them did mix up in something. That's why the police found come kill them. Enough of the youth them dead innocent. Not all. Enough of them are criminal too. So the vest to me would have separated the wolf from the sheep real fast. So Dr. Arias Strong you need for rewind and come again for now and then.
Yo, this not taking rocket science, you know. I just wanted my audience to hear from somebody that really don't delve. I know no side, no PNP, no JLP. Yo, I would have quote one line from Twins of Twins. Yo, this is a true all if me never did born. Something like so them say. All if me never did born, when him say, a true, bro. I just facts. Real talk.
This very irresponsible for anyone who will lead them for come out come say Bolo. But that's why I say already, I'm not sorry for none now. Because a country that lacks morality will automatically lack real leadership. So if you don't think this will always strong come and come to big and bold and nothing compared to what's coming. And don't you dare feel like this was just a one-off idea by Horace Strong and him just out there rogue a chat bullshit. You don't see nobody draw him up yet? Him getting on a problem pay a speech like this? I want the dumbest shit never seen in my life. When the man come and say a while ago come say asinine and irrelevant. Let's say the camera them did 20 pounds. I understand. Because guess what? In our case they to that wait down the police them. In our case when them for frisky and at any moment's notice be able to take evasive action. But how heavy is a camera? The man so desperate, man, I tell you how gunshot a fly over your head. All type of things when now correlate them, now correspond. None at all as it relates to the scenario we might talk about. If
Jamaica, look on the body on camera. How which light you might talk about? You're going to make them one target. They like them. I tell you guys, you need to do your own research and don't make them people a bamboozle with you. Let's continue.
Man, I tell you how gunshot a fly over your head. All type of things when now correlate them, now correspond. None at all as it relates to the scenario we might talk about. If none of them police murder ya, did I get recorded by the police? The people wouldn't have to demonize the police, because guess what? The police would have be able to produce direct evidence for counter any false claims where the people then make.
Listen, a period of using body-worn cameras would show you a percentage of persons that lost their lives wrongfully, or it might not. But the evidence will be there to make it clear that it's not or it is. So that would solve all problems. And persons would be like, yeah man, become police them man, and I go on good man. Now move the criminal them for real man. Some people are going like they unruly and want to come shoot off out. The same I deal with, I come be me, I just create chaos in our society for law-abiding citizens. Yeah, we can't accept that, brother. The same I deal with, but as it stands right now, there's too much evidence that brings doubt where the police is concerned. Even the intelligence of the police. You know, 2 youth on the wanted Wednesdays not supposed to be on it, and that came in the newspaper. What other situation happened that we don't know about? We can't even trust the intelligence coming out of the JC in regards to who is wanted and who is not wanted. Come on, man, mistaken identity. That's crazy. All the more reason when the man go up on operation, they need to have them body worn camera. 2 lakhs never tell a lie, yes, sir.
Tell me which government wouldn't jump at the opportunity to eradicate the negative stigma with the police in Jamaica. Look how much video come out and demonize the police. It's not that good if the police them are wear them vest in order to create a balance. And show us enough of them boys are dead, dead. That would make sense. But nowadays, the people them senses are escape in a nearby bushes. Now, based on the last show.
Yo, people them senses are escaping in nearby bushes. Yeah, because really and truly, nobody, like every Jamaican supposed to agree with the 2 lakhs. I'm sorry. There's nothing, you can't argue the facts so him just put on a while ago. There's no argument. It would be an effort in futility. Right? I just nonsense even try to argue with the man say a while ago. The way the man break it down, it's just like, what? The man need to apologize to intelligence. The man insult to intelligence, or a strong insult to intelligence. But then you have a man like Darrell that say, yo, you know, him kind of insult to intelligence as well. Them look power certain. You look at them, they can't pay on look money and tell them anything. And they just believe. Yeah. I feel like say I saw them really pray with still, but let me know what you think in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure say you guys go to 2 lakhs page and go subscribe and definitely check out the rest of this actual video. You see me? I was always a subscriber. You feel me I deal with? Yeah man, my 2 cents pod class. Check him out, see? That is it. Alright. Just put up this, and we can go in on some other something for the news. Cause all my life you have been, oh yes you have, and all my life you have been so good, in every breath that I am able. Oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. I love your voice. You have led me through the fire. Close like no other. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, you know, so I have to do some cleanup work on this one because I see a lot of nonsense going on in this space, you know, and of course, we have to really counter the nonsense. And I don't take on all nonsense, but, you know, let me just do that. Why don't I? Alright, so we see, to me, there's an attack on Mr. Dwayne Vaz. I'm not saying every criticism is unwarranted, but let me point this one out. Check this out.
We now go to our bite of the week. It comes from frustrated residents of Cave Mountain in Westmoreland.
We have no proper representative for Cave community. Even Dwayne Vaz come from Cave and him nah do nothing for Cave. We need him out here. We need him. We need data as well. We can't put him in I want to sit down and comfortably in the parliament. We need to stay on the face in the cave community.
We try Labour, right? We try PNP, now we fed up because there's no representation in our community. So what we need this morning, we need road, we need water, because if you go up a cave right now, not even donkey can pass up there.
Now, Jamaica, we have a road problem. And of course, you know, the PNP is not the one responsible. It's the government, it's the agencies. They have to allocate funds for road to be fixed. Now we have another problem with the shelter in Westmoreland. And Mr. Mackenzie came out and had some choice words for the media. Listen to this.
There are pictures going around in the media, and I'm disappointed with some of our television stations.
Really?
That they carry footage of the location before the work commences to make it habitable for persons. It is unfortunate that some people in the society want this effort to fail. That is why we're getting the kind of pushback that we've been getting about the relocation.
So this is another bad mind narrative because of a failure of the government. Oh my God, let's continue.
Of shelters. There are pictures going around in the media, and I'm disappointed.
Yeah, so it is definitely another bad mind simpleton argument. Just absolute nonsense. If you say you're going to, you know, get the people into a specific location, is it prudent for the news people to go and visit the place? Why would they get that information, sit on it, and not go there and check it out to see how the place look? Furthermore, wasn't it in April or so? I'm gonna see if I can find the article. Wasn't it in April where you made assurances that a certain time in May, you know, the persons will be moved to a certain place? So when close to the time now when that's supposed to happen, any well-thinking person would think that that place is ready. And this was May 7th that he came out and did this video. So when the media went there, would be around May 6th or 5th. That's not unreasonable for them to go and check out the venue. So why are you disappointed? Why? Because the journalism, the fair journalism that was done exposes the incompetence of the government. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you think that was bad, it just got worse. Check this out. Listen to this.
Explain for our viewers who's directly responsible for ensuring shelters are completed and up to par before people are relocated.
It would be definitely the Ministry of Local Government and the agencies that are associated with it. But what we have seen from the hurricane is that they were obviously not prepared for what happened, and they were not able to respond in the way that they were supposed to. So a lot more work needs to be done with regards to how we prepare our shelters and how we actually execute what needs to happen whenever we have disasters.
What exactly have you been hearing from the residents who were at the Petersfield school who have now been relocated? What has their complaints been?
Well, what directly happened yesterday was that the deadline to move was yesterday, but the place that they put them was not ready. So it obviously was a haphazard decision to put them there, because these are teachers' flats that are exactly beside the high school. So if they were really preparing to put them there, I'm sure some preparation would have been put in place. But when the residents went over there, the place was rat infested, it was in a deplorable condition, and they had to actually get bleach and get the power wash from the school to wash it out themselves. They actually had to move everything themselves with no assistance from the authorities. The authorities came over there from after 2 early in the day, so the police and everybody demanding that the residents move. Residents had to complain that how can they move into a situation like that? So it really was condescending. It was really...
Explain for our viewers who's directly responsible for
a shocking situation. I couldn't believe when I saw that. I went there this morning also, where it is in a much better condition now because they prepared it themselves. But when they went there yesterday, as I said, it was a rat-infested situation. It was in a deplorable condition. The light was not working, no running water was there. So everything that should have been in place before they went there was not there. And I want to comment further on the statement made, because the minister stated that the deadline was met. But what he did not say was that the promise that was made to the residents was that May 8th would be the time when they would have moved to the suitable location that is being prepared. And that has still not happened. I went to the site this morning where the 50 houses are to be placed. I said place because I've heard it's going to be container houses. 20 are going to be done in the first phase, they said. But when we went there, only 6 bases were already built. No sewage has been put in place, no water in place, no electricity. So therefore the site is obviously not ready, and obviously will not be ready anytime soon. So the minister continues to give deadlines, continues to fail at meeting the deadlines. And I can't say anything more than this now. Seems like it's a case of either not caring or a case of incompetence. And I'm therefore asking the Prime Minister to step in now and ensure that what was promised to these people will actually be fulfilled. Because it has not been going the way it is supposed to go. It is 7 months now since the hurricane. And you can't tell me that a government who has the will would not have already found a way to give some form of accommodation to these people. It is disgraceful, I can tell you. And being there, it really hurts the heart to know what these people have been through. And the way how they were treated yesterday. To leave out of the school where active school is happening. They should be walking out with their stuff out of school with mattress on them head to go across next door to put their stuff. And this space also is not adequate because a lot of this stuff is outside because the rooms are small. And remember, these are families that you're talking about.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen.
Ball out! Whoa, yo, yo, yo. We need help, Jesus. Jamaica need help. Shift the parliament. Shift the election. Shift everything.
Come on,
Remove them out there. Take out the cockroach. Take out the thief. Take out the criminal them. Take out the thief them. Take out the murderer them. Take out the gang leader them. Out of parliament. Take them out from Portland. Take them out. I hear Portland. Me I go to Portland. Why me I travel to Portland? Take out somebody, man or woman.
I want to be very surgical with this reaction. I don't want to miss anything. So let's highlight some of the erroneous, disgraceful, insanely incredible things that was said in regards to the whole situation of the persons moving from Petersfield shelter to a new location. Alright, listen to this carefully, ladies and gentlemen.
Associated with it. But what we have seen from the hurricane is that they were obviously not prepared for what happened and they were not able to respond in the way that they were supposed to. So a lot more work needs to be done with regards to how we prepare our shelters and how we actually execute what needs to happen whenever we have disasters.
What exactly have you been hearing from the residents who were at the Petersfield school who have now been relocated? What has their complaints been?
Well, what directly happened yesterday was that the deadline to move was yesterday, but the place that they put them was not ready. So it obviously was a haphazard decision to put them there because these are teachers' flats that are exactly beside the high school.
So Jamaica, the flats were not at the flats that they were supposed to be relocated is right beside the school. So it's not a distance issue where on May 6th or 5th, these areas would not be actually ready for the shelterees to actually go into. And let us hear what the conditions were. It was not ready, but how bad was it? Let's hear this.
So they were really preparing to put them there. I'm sure some preparation would have been put in place. But when the residents went over there, the place was rat infested. It was in a deplorable condition.
First of all, the place was rat infested. That right there is the biggest red flag. You cannot be more unprepared. For you to put persons that are sheltered in that situation, that's not a minor thing. First, you have to assess the area. So, alright, when did the media come out and put out a picture of the place? And then when was the deadline? Was it May 2nd or 3rd? So let me get this straight. An area that is rat infested, the government, Desmond McKenzie decided that, you know, all we need is, I don't know, 2 days to get rid of the rats. Like, what are we doing, bro? We just need 2 days to get rid of the rats. And obviously they have evidence. They can't hide the rats. And the MP, Mr. Dwayne Vaz, would not come out here and tell a lie like that, ladies and gentlemen. So I don't want to hear those arguments in the comment section. Alright? Rat infested is a huge, easily proven claim. It's not hard. The rats are not going anywhere if they are there. What else did he say?
And they had to actually get bleach and get the power wash from the school to wash it out.
So in the area was not clean. They had to get bleach and a power wash from the school to clean out the area. Before, and this was on the day when they were supposed to move into the area. Yo, you can't make this up, bro.
Themselves. They actually had to move everything themselves with no assistance from the authorities.
Wow.
The authorities came over there from...
Adding insult to injury of a rat-infested area, having to get bleach, ladies and gentlemen, right? On top of all of that, and a power wash. So they had to clean out the whole area. They had to move furniture. Move furniture. No help. How do you make excuses for this? How is that possible?
After 2 early in the day yesterday, the police and everybody demanding that the residents move. Residents had to complain that how can they...
And there is the MP on the spot when persons were moving on his phone. So that is evidence that he was there and first hand seen what was going on. Right? And again, I say to the persons criticizing Dwayne Vaz, can you do more? Hey, you always can do more. To say he's not doing anything, I think that would be inaccurate. To say he's not showing any form of representation, I think that would be inaccurate. Right? Real talk. But let's continue.
They move into a situation like that. So it really was condescending. It was really a shocking situation. I couldn't believe when I saw that. I went there this morning also, where it is in a much better condition now because they prepared it themselves. But when they went there yesterday, as I said, it was a rat-infested situation.
Wow.
It was in a deplorable condition. The light was not working, no running water was...
So there was no running water and there was no light. Added to the fact that there was rats there. The place was not clean. They had to move furniture. I mean, these are people that have been homeless because of Hurricane Melissa for months. And you're telling me that this was the best that the government could have done and had weeks to prepare to actually get a place ready for the people. It's almost as if they decided that they didn't have any, you know what I don't want to make any arguments for them in saying that, but what I would ask Desmond McKenzie, when did you recognize that that location right beside the school is where you wanted to put the people? And I'm sure if I go back to some of these old videos now, I'm sure something was mentioned about that area, you know. So that would mean it's actually more than a month ago now since that you guys had that particular you know, idea on your mind. So why then, days before the people are supposed to move out of Petersfield shelter and school, on that day now the area is not clean and the persons have to come over there, come clean themselves? Yo, this is some level of disrespect, you know, brother, and uncaring type of how degrading the people have to be moving their own furniture in the place and moving the furniture out to put theirs in, and then the space is not big enough. Like, yo, man, yo, y'all is wicked, bro. Y'all is wicked, man. This government is wicked, I'm telling you.
There, so everything that should have been in place before they went there was not there. And I want to comment further on the statement made, because the minister stated that the deadline was met. But what he did not say was that The promise that was made to the residents was that May 8th would be the time when they would have moved to the suitable location that is being prepared. And that has still not happened. I went to the site this morning where the 50 houses are to be placed. I said place because I've heard it's going to be container houses.
No, there's another site where 50 houses are to be placed. And what happened?
20 are going to be done in the first phase, they said. But
so, first phase is 20. And what happened?
When we went there, only 6 bases were already built. No sewage has been put in place. No.
Wow. So, the timeline for that is supposed to be May 8th. So, how only 6 is there? And then the piping in terms of you know, you have to use the toilet, whatever. All those things are not in place. Come on, man. Stop. Stop. This is a failure by Desmond McKenzie and his government.
The first phase, they said.
Come on.
But when we went there, only 6 bases were already built.
Listen
no sewage has been put in place, no water in place.
No sewage and no water. Wow, man.
No electricity. So therefore, the site is obviously not ready, and obviously will not be ready anytime soon. So the minister continues to give deadlines, continues to fail at meeting the deadlines. And I can't say anything more than this now. Seems like it's a case of either not caring or a case of incompetence.
Yes.
And I'm therefore asking the Prime Minister to step in.
I believe it's a little bit about, and I don't think the Prime Minister is going to change that situation. I believe it's both incompetence and wickedness, like, you know, and also, yeah, I just believe it's both. I think, you know, you can't really make any excuses for them in this one. Listen again.
And I can't say anything more than this now. Seems like it's a case of either not caring or a case of incompetence.
Yes.
And I'm therefore asking the Prime
Uncaring and wicked and incompetence. It's both, my brother. It is both. Alright?
Minister to step in now and ensure that what was promised to these people will actually be fulfilled. Because it has not been going the way it is supposed to go. It is 7 months now since the hurricane, and you can't tell me that a government who has the will will not have already found a way to give some form of accommodation to these people. It is disgraceful, I can tell. And being there, it really hurts the heart to know what these people have been through. And the way how they were treated yesterday, to leave out of the school where active school is happening. They should be walking out with their stuff out of school with mattress on them head to go across next door to put their stuff. And the space also is not adequate because a lot of this stuff is outside because the rooms are small. And remember, these are families that you're talking about.
So, that's one of the situations happening in Dwayne Vaz's constituency, ladies and gentlemen. And we have to document this portion as well, in terms of a failure of the government. Again, the reason why I'm doing this is because persons have been complaining that Dwayne Vaz is not doing his job. His job as the MP is to represent everybody in the constituency. See? So let's listen to this. Alright?
National Party Media Unit.
This is Dwayne Vaz, Member of Parliament for Central Westmoreland and Deputy Opposition Spokesperson on Road and Works. I want to make it clear that the People's National Party has no intention of undermining the government's Spark program. Our focus is on accountability and delivery. We are not here to undermine anything. We are here to ensure that what was promised to the people of Jamaica is actually delivered. Jamaicans deserve real, measurable outcomes, not shifting narratives. I have also taken note of concerns raised by some members of parliament across constituencies regarding the treatment and compensation of workers under the program. We have received several reports from workers who say they are being paid below the minimum wage. These concerns cannot be ignored. Many workers are not paid through the formal system, like payslips or direct deposits. So the type of proof being demanded may not exist. That does not invalidate their experiences. I also want to address the claim that we are somehow jealous of the program's success. That is simply not true. What we are seeing instead are inconsistencies in the government's own messaging. At the outset, the commitment was 10 roads per constituency. and members of parliament were given a final list reflecting that. In the minister's most recent statement, he indicated 6 roads per constituency, which is it. Based on what we're seeing, fewer than 3 roads per constituency have been addressed on average. That is well below what was promised and even what is now being claimed. This is not about politics. It is about people. It is about ensuring that public funds are used effectively and that communities benefit in a meaningful way.
So, ladies and gentlemen of the constituency of Central Westmoreland, I have shown you, doing vases in the parliament representing for you. MPs don't get money to fix roads. MPs don't get money to put water into your pipes. The agencies are the ones that do that, and the projects have to be approved and the money allocated. All the MP can do is to advocate on your behalf every time they go to parliament and push the envelope and pressure the government to make assurances and follow through with those assurances. That's pretty much what the MP can do, ladies and gentlemen. The PNP is not in government. Alright, so please put the energy and focus on the persons that actually are governing the country and is controlling the purse. Stop making these ridiculous arguments on the internet. When the the news people come, stop it. It's embarrassing. You need some milk, real talk. Yeah, y'all need some milk, man. Y'all gotta stop this foolishness, okay?
Embarrassing.
Yeah.
He needs some milk.
Stop it. Stop it.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Share this live with 10 people for me on YouTube, on Bolo VNR 2.0. Thank you very much. Let's get to the next video. Alright, so I got that one out the way. Oh, we pressuring it tonight, ladies and gentlemen. We going in. Y'all think I'm playing? Y'all think I'm playing? We not playing. We gonna talk about it. Yeah, we gonna talk about it. I'm done with that, done with that, done with that. Oh yeah, we definitely gotta keep this article up on the meeting for the next situation. What's happening here? Oh yeah, let me show some of the things with ISHOWSPEED. Let me go there. A lot of his videos are out right now. So ISHOWSPEED is in the building. ISHOWSPEED is in the building. Let's see what's happening. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So ISHOWSPEED has been in Jamaica for a couple of days now, going crazy in the streets of Kingston. I don't know where else he is. So this was when? This was at the stadium. ISHOWSPEED at the National Stadium. Crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work. Crazy work.
Excuse me, please. Reach.
Who that? Bobsy? Bobsy that? Bobsy, ISHOWSPEED in back. No, Bobsy up there and niggle like that. Do you remember good? Yo. Hold up, did he lose? Yeah. What's going on here? Oh, he missed? Oh, man. Come on, bruh. Come on, bruh. Oh, he saved it? Oh, man. You can't score? What's going on?
By the way, I'm up. Yes. Hello. Oh, what we doing? You good? Ask me on the other side. Ask me.
You know, I want to say shout out to the Jamaicans. Carl Miller, how you doing? Yeah, go to my live on OBS so you can see what I'm saying. Everybody go to my live on YouTube. Yo, ISHOWSPEED. One thing about the dude, man, you know, he brings a lot of traffic. You know what I'm saying? And Messi is my guy. So, you know what I mean? This whole Ronaldo thing, I don't get it. But it is what it is. Shout out to Ronaldo. He's still a great player. But Messi is my guy. You know what I mean? Now, let's look at this situation right here.
Usain Bolt and reggae music. That's great, right? That's wonderful. There's a reason why. There's something... You see how you say, you know, Jamaica for Usain Bolt and reggae music? That's great, right? That's wonderful. There's a reason why. There's something about us that's a little bit special. Like, the reason why Usain is that much better, or the reason why Bob is just that much better, is because we stand on the shoulders of heroes.
True.
We stand on the shoulders of proper freedom fighters.
True.
So where we are now is actually a pathway with all our national heroes and freedom fighters. So right here is actually our only female hero. She's our heroine, Nanny of the Maroons.
Yes. Nanny of the Maroons.
So the Maroons actually fought for freedom and were marooned up in the hills of Jamaica, right? But here it is. She negotiated with the British and she said, guess what? We want our freedom, you have to give us land, and you can't touch that land. And that treaty was actually signed into reality, which still stands today.
For real?
Maroons are still here in the hills and nobody can govern there.
Hey, sweetheart, you need to tell Andrew about that treaty. Talking about Jamaica is one sovereign nation and there's no other sovereignty. Bullish. Y'all need to educate the Prime Minister about that treaty. At least ISHOWSPEED is educated about it. I'm talking about, man, you let him know, baby.
Land, but
Lord have
you
mercy.
see how you say, you know, Jamaica for Usain Bolt and reggae music? That's great.
I think that's
we
a
stand on the
repeat.
show.
Maroons.
So the Maroons actually...
Okay, so that's a repeat of that. All right, salute to that. Appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, ISHOWSPEED was pretty active today. I guess if I go on his YouTube, it'd be better. Cause man, it was a long stream. Let me go on his YouTube. I am a subscriber. I have multiple channels, so I don't know if I'm subscribed on all of his channels, but yeah, I am a subscriber of ISHOWSPEED. So here it is. You know, this was him in
this is obsession.
This is him in Jamaica today, 6 hours. Crazy work. I don't know how he does it. I ain't gonna cap. Bro is just active, fam. It's active, you heard? Alright, so let me skim through this. Alright, so this is one thing I love about ISHOWSPEED. He everywhere he goes, he really makes an effort to learn the culture. You know what I'm saying? Listen, bro, you better than me. Ha! I am not making a fool of myself like the way you do. Hey, it's different for a big guy, you know what I'm saying? Dude's funny, man. Hey, he really trying to. Look at that. Yo, but I respect it. You heard? Yes, sir. Welcome to the island. Shout out to ISHOWSPEED, man. I respect it. Look at him. He really trying, bro. He's excited too.
Everybody test film, I got it.
Yeah, let's go. Yo, put some fire emojis in the chat for ISHOWSPEED, man.
I got it.
Yeah, you got it. That's the easy part. You got it. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Shoulder movement, man. Shoulder movement. Yeah. Yo, I love it, bro. I love it. Yeah, drums. Oh, you gonna beat the drums too? You gonna beat the drums too? Teach him. Yeah, there you go. Yes. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Yo, shout out to ISHOWSPEED, bro. Facts. Facts.
Bro, is this a pig?
But I'ma say this. I'ma say, what is he doing? I'ma say this. ISHOWSPEED coming here was a blessing and a curse. And let me tell you why. Because one of the most important conversations was happening today, and people was distracted with ISHOWSPEED all over Kingston. Yeah. This what was going on in the Senate. That was the most important conversation. The Senate should have been filled with people as much as how it was filled with persons. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much looking at what was going on, you know, live with ISHOWSPEED. And that's not hate, that's reality. You know what I'm saying? Salute to ISHOWSPEED, but when he comes and he goes, our lived realities are our lived realities. You feel what I'm saying? And in terms of the NARRA bill, it's too critical. You know, that whole situation is just way too critical for us to go like, yo, you know what I'm saying? It's not what it is. We can't do it. We just can't do it. We just can't do it, bro. But I'm having some technical difficulties with this. So just, you know what I'm saying? Give me a second. Let me try and get it to the point where this dude is tasting the KFC chicken. I'm like, yo, man went crazy, bro. Man went crazy over the KFC. I'm not gonna cap. Junk food overall is not good for you, but Lady G, we gotta, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if it was planned. I'm not saying it was. I'm not saying it was planned. I'm saying, you know, it's coincidental. It's unfortunate that he came in a time in Kingston, you know, and pretty much was a distraction from the NARRA bill. I believe that whole area should have been packed up with the type of crowd, you know what I'm saying, that was around him. Look at this. Look at this. Y'all look at this. I told y'all, everybody that's on here, come over to YouTube. Look at this, man. Look at this.
Hey.
Look at him. He tasted the fried chicken. He tasted the fried chicken. Look at it.
It's good. I like fried chicken. Wait. Hold on.
Hold on.
Hey. Hey. Chat, Jamaican KFC. Jamaican KFC. Hold on. Bomba clock. Hold on.
He cursed, boy. You gotta chill out, man. Gotta chill out, ISHOWSPEED.
Hey, come here. What you put in this?
Yeah, what you put?
All the love and spice and everything.
Love and spice.
All the love. Everything.
This got flavor.
Everything.
This got flavor. You work hard for this KFC, don't you?
Very hard. The number one.
I want to try the burger. Yo, chat, should we try the burger too? The burger? Yeah, I want to try the burger too. They got a burger, bro.
Yeah, man. Shout out to ISHOWSPEED, you know what I'm saying? Where is this now? He went where? Oh, this is Sean Paul. Okay, that's what's up. Showing them the music and the heritage.
What's good, bro? Big up.
This school is really supported by a lot of artists and individuals. The government don't really give this school a lot of help. So Sean, myself, and a lot of artists, we really make this school what it is. You know what I mean? But this is land given to us by Haile Selassie. Who you went to his house in Ethiopia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you went to the palace in Ethiopia. So this is it.
All right. So he giving some history right there. Yeah, I like this part. I gotta play that again. Which school is this? What school is this?
Wait, where my dad? Yo, my dad right here.
How you doing?
Oh, that's ISHOWSPEED's dad? Oh man, that's what's up. Salute to his dad, man. Yeah, they do look damn alike too. He's short just like him. I think his son is shorter than him. He's taller than him. I believe so. That's how it should go, by the way. Shout out to him and his dad. Salute. Salute.
So, this is school. We just donated this. This is the first musical program. All of the drums, everything. This is the lead, the head boy for the school, leader for the band.
What's good, bro?
Big up.
This school is really supported by a lot of artists and individuals. The government don't really give this school a lot of help.
Wow.
Myself and a lot of artists, we really make this school what it
That
is.
sucks.
You know what I mean? But this is land given to us by Haile Selassie. Who you went to his house in Ethiopia.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you went.
Shout out to ISHOWSPEED, man. Going. Hey, listen, traveling, it's definitely not for the faint of heart. You heard? You heard talk. Yeah, you gotta have the protection of the Most High. You going in all different type of spaces, places, you know, spiritually, all that stuff. So, yeah.
Oh my God! You're a Ronaldo fan! Oh, he's a Ronaldo fan! He's a Ronaldo fan!
He's a Ronaldo fan.
That's great, man! That's basic! That's great! Thank you!
Yo, now, dude is a vibe. I ain't gonna cap. Shout out to ISHOWSPEED.
Where the patties at?
He said where the patties at. Oh, no. Did he get patties? By the way, let me see the patties situation. You know, everybody go crazy over the patties, right? Oh, you getting some fruits? Okay. Checking out the fruits. He on the truck with the fruits and everything. You know this got to be in the ghetto, because you know he's with the artists, so you know he good, and he got his security, police, and everything, and everybody love him, so he's straight. Oh yeah, juicy beef patties. No, Tasties. Tasties. Let's go. Tasties. We gotta see this.
Is that beef or beef?
Alright, so this is the patty test. Let's go. Tasties. Juicy beef is hey, juicy beef. I know juicy beef is feeling some type of way about this. This is free advertisement, bro. Real talk. Juicy beef is feeling some type of way. You heard? Look at this. Check this out. Hot. Yeah, it is hot. Sorry, gotta be hot.
I gotta let that cool off.
Yeah, cool off a little bit. Oh, wait a minute. We ain't gonna do all of that advert business. Yeah. I'm not gonna do too much of this. I'm just skimming through some things. You know what I mean? Then we're gonna go back to a regular scheduled program.
Tess, should I try the cheeseburger?
Okay, here we go. Okay, get it into it.
That was just bread. Now let's try the actual.
Yeah, you gotta get some meat with that. Yep. Yo, his face is hilarious, bro. Yo. Oh my God. Mind blowing. Mind blowing. Hey. Hey. Look at it. Yo. He jumped over the counter. Yo, ISHOWSPEED. Listen. You got special privilege. Ain't nobody supposed to jump out over the counter. You ain't got no food permit, sir. You gotta calm down, bro. You gotta chill. Yo, this man jumped out over the counter, bro. I ain't never seen nothing like that before. Let's go. You about to break somebody's hand. Yo, you about to break somebody's hand. How excited he is about these patties.
Damn.
Look at this. So y'all thought ISHOWSPEED was gonna come to my country, and I didn't do a reaction to some of the clips that he's been up. Man, you gotta be joking, fam. You got to be joking. Got to be. Shout out to iShow, man. What is he doing here? Did he just... Wait a minute. What's going on?
So I get it now.
Oh, he dancing. Oh, flipping. Okay. Oh, this dude. Oh, it's a contest. Yeah. I'm glad he got the publicity. Check it out. Dance off. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, show speed. Come on, man. You can't let him beat you, man. Hey, your people in America gonna be like, oh, he's good. Nah, I don't think he can beat him. I don't know. Oh! Yo! Alright. Listen, ISHOWSPEED is the type of dude. He's a showman. Yeah. He's a showman. That was good. That comeback was good. Because he pulled off a move. Hey, Juice Lips, you got to come over to YouTube. Dr. Orin, you got to come over to YouTube. The link is in the bio. ISHOWSPEED is a showman. You heard? If y'all want to see what I'm seeing and hear me while I'm talking, come over to YouTube. Oh, no. It's over with. It's over with. It's over with. He can't. Nah, he can't match that. Nah, he can't match that. It's over with. Let's see what he gonna do. Let me see what he gonna do. Oh, he can. All right, he conceded. Hey, he conceded. I respect that. Yeah, you definitely wasn't gonna do nothing with that, sir. I'm sorry. Once he pulled that move, it was over. Let's see what happened on the track. Let's see what happened with the race. I need to see what happened with the race. That's what I want to see.
You did the authority. Go. What?
Yeah, let's go. I want to see the race. I don't want to see what they showed me. I want to see it on the stream. Let's go. Let's do this. Okay. Let me touch it back a little bit. Oh, it was a relay. Oh, okay. That's why he lost. Because he's fast. I'm not saying the other dudes ain't fast, but he got the bat to relay. It should have been close. I would love to see him necking, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's fast. Look at him. He's gaining up on the other person. Yeah, he fast, bro. ISHOWSPEED fast for real, bro. That aerial view tells you.
My player came in last.
Yeah, your player came in last. He sure did. Sure did. Came in last. Ooh, this Beanie Man. Oh, snap.
Okay, so if you got a race in 20 minutes, you eating a cheese patty?
Yeah, eat a cheese patty or a chicken patty.
See, that's that Jamaican stuff, bro. I can't. Come on, we gotta go. Come on.
You want your shoes?
Carbs, simple carbs, easy digestible carbs.
Give me.
Porridge, fruit, honey.
Yeah.
Easy digestible candy.
Yeah, but I'm not a runner. I'm a singer.
Yo, Beanie Man funny.
Yes. That's crazy, chat.
Yo.
What are we doing?
Wow, man.
Okay.
So it's gonna be fast, like
great.
you. Okay, cool.
This is great.
Well, what's going on here? Is this a kitchen?
Dang.
Oh, the Bob Marley Museum. Oh, man. I've never been there personally.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I've never been there personally. This is dope. He got the
crazy.
Man, he did a full tour, boy. Yeah, he did a real comprehensive tour of Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he all over the place. He definitely maximized his 24 hours. You know what I mean? Wow. From beef patty to KFC to the historical, sites with the heroes, all of that good stuff. Okay, so this is the museum. They vibing to some Bob Marley. I don't want to play that. You already know what's going to happen. Copyright the hell out of me. What's going on here? What's this? Oh! I guess this is some exercise, some yoga stuff with the ladies. Alright. See, you got some food. You got some food from the place too. Some idol food. See what he's talking about.
Lifestyle.
Yeah, let me see what he's talking about with the ITAL food. Let's go.
Beans.
What's going on with the ITAL food, fam?
Mushrooms. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. All right.
We have quinoa and peas.
Yes. Yes. Tofu.
So that's kitchen.
You can't eat too much food. Let me go.
Yeah.
All right. Ready? Grab some more food, please. Don't eat too much.
That's good. That's good. That's good.
Yo, ISHOWSPEED, they gotta be monitoring his food intake, bruh. Shout out to these people though for taking care of him. You know what I'm saying? And he got a moment here with Chinsia as well. Cooking some food.
We about to make some sauce. This is a Jamaican cuisine.
Yeah,
you gotta tell me how to cook
but
it.
We're gonna add to any amount that you want. So add just a little bit more. You like it hot?
Yep.
And you like spice.
I like it hot.
All right, cool.
Careful with the spice, bro. I wonder what type of hot he talking about. Being around Chinsia, careful now, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, the spice.
What kind of hot you like?
Oh shit.
Scotch body pepper in her face.
Those,
Oh, she said if you like hot, you have to like hot food. Oh my. I knew it was gonna go there. I already know. I already know.
Alright, damn.
I already know.
Wait, I'm gonna turn on the fire.
Okay.
One thing, you know.
Now this is saucy.
Boy, you find a Jamaican girl that can cook? Boy, we say went there 3 years ago. Yeah, I've never been there. Oh yeah, that's spicy. Yeah, that's spicy.
It's like going to my. You not feeling
Showing up his nose. She used to it. What do you mean she not feeling it? She used to it.
Just back off a little bit.
Yeah, you have to just get some space. Yeah.
Cool him down.
Yeah.
Damn.
Cool him down. Cool him down. Cool him down.
Yo, this man out here cooking ackee and salve with Shensia. You know how much men would love to cook some ackee and salve with Shensia? You know how much people?
Because I don't want to kill you too much. Some more I rest off, some I can race.
Wait, Shensia gonna race?
Okay.
Oh no, I gotta see this. Oh yeah, I gotta see this. What? She must be joking. You gonna race ISHOWSPEED? You must be crazy. Boy, you must be fast for real, boy. Let me find out. Let me find out. I gotta find that part where they raced. She gotta be capping. That's a joke. Okay, that's a joke.
Good. Yeah, I'm just trying to.
If somebody see her, send me the clip. I want to see that for real, for real. So we have Cheap Shot in that place. Oh, the nightlife, live singing, live bands with our big time artists. You know what I'm saying? Hey, yo, he feeling the whole of Jamaica right now. I'm telling you, popcorn in the building. What am I saying?
Hot tile will burn you up, yeah?
Hot tile.
So do the right thing.
That is.
Berima, Kofi Akuku, Nana, Aku Kese.
Kaku Kese.
Yeah. Look.
Okay.
This is my chief badge from Ghana.
Chief badge. Oh snap.
When the last time you been to Ghana?
After you.
After me?
Yeah.
So you been after me?
Yeah, I got that shea butter massage as well.
Okay. Hey, I'm gonna be honest, bro. I kind of don't understand what you're saying, but I think we on the same.
Well, yo, we
I get that part.
and
then he said he got
Yo, the man said don't understand what I said. I don't really understand what you're saying. I'm gonna be honest.
Patois.
Yeah, because we don't speak American. You have to learn Patois. You see what they put your shirt, Jamaica?
Yeah.
You have to learn Jamaican language so you can understand when the people talk.
Yeah, that is it.
Because we're not going to put you up with language for your ear speed.
You see, I don't know what he said. I don't know what you said right there.
But you have to know, we don't put you up our language for you.
Yeah.
We speak Patois, we don't speak nothing else.
So y'all don't, so Patois is not English?
I don't know what you call it. I'm a Maroon.
Maroon.
I speak Maroon language.
Maroon language.
Yeah.
Maroon.
I said.
Tell them what the Maroons are. Tell them
what is Maroon?
The Maroons fight for Jamaica freedom.
Original.
Yeah. Nani of the Maroon is from Ghana.
Remember at the beginning of the day today, we saw that statue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the original Maroon. And he's the lineage of the Maroons.
Yeah. So we are the Maroons.
Yeah.
So So get familiar, okay?
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I gotta get my patois language.
You better learn
I gotta learn some patois.
If you're an idiot.
Yo, I can't stand. Hey, I can't stand popcorn,
The
man.
biggest fan in Jamaica.
Patois say, why man say better learn?
This is Lindsay. He's challenging you, but I don't bark. He bark.
What is going on, man? What is going on? What is this? Yo, holy, what is happening right now, man? Yo, I don't want to get flagged, but listen, shout out to ISHOWSPEED, man. Lord have mercy. That was fun. That was different. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to ISHOWSPEED. Let me know what y'all think, man. Hey, that's day one. You know what I mean? Day one of ISHOWSPEED clippings of him all over the place doing what he do when he goes to the Caribbean islands or when he goes on tour and all that good stuff. All right? So, yeah. I got a lot more stuff to do, so I got to get it done. Let me know what y'all think in the comment section, man. That's what's up. Woo! So we got Andrew in the building. We got Lady J Love. Who else we got in the building? We got yeah, nobody, everybody else kind of sleeping. I don't know what's going on, but hey, it's all good. We have who's over here on TikTok. Yeah, I try to tell y'all to come over to YouTube, but yeah, what? Hey, see y'all TikTok. Bye. The link is in the bio. Come over to YouTube. Yeah, I'm not gonna do no more time on TikTok. They don't want to come. They don't want to come. We ain't gonna force nobody. Same thing with y'all. You know what I'm saying? If y'all don't want to come over to this side, yeah, I'm gonna end the live. Appreciate y'all over here on the phone. Not you guys. That's not you. You guys stay where you are. We got a lot of more things to do. Okay? Yes. All right. Yeah. I mean, you know. Right. Let me just get this done real quick. Over here. Gotta take it here. This is where we going. This is where we going. So I got a lot of work to do. So it's gonna be a doozy tonight. Let's see what's happening. Where are we at? Where are we at? I don't have to start with him. I'm gonna go here first, and then I'm gonna go back. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, I think that, you know, not because we have eyes, that means that we see in the bigger picture. And somebody that is visually impaired physically, Mr. Senator Professor Floyd Morris, definitely has more vision than a lot of us. I want you guys to listen to this speech from him and the points he was making in regards to the NARRA bill. Very, very serious. Check this out.
I make my presentation. I want to acknowledge the presence of former senator and former lecturer of mine at the University of the West Indies, Professor Trevor Monroe. And I also want to acknowledge members of civil society who are present in the gallery. Mr. President, we are very much, and also my very good friend, former member of Parliament for South Central St. Catherine. And she will tell you of my work with her over there, you know, Sharon Hay Webster, my very good friend. No matter where Sharon goes, I will be her friend. Mr. President, we are participating in this debate because it is a part of the democratic process of our country that allows for rigorous scrutiny of legislation. And in that process, Mr. President, different actors of the society are entitled and obligated to make their contribution. It's a symbol of a healthy democracy. And so, Mr. President, when I see and hear members of civil society coming out and expressing their views on this legislation and any other legislation, I don't see them as individuals who are antagonistic to the government. I don't see them as card-carrying members of the PNP, because some of them have never encountered them at a PNP function. So I don't see them as individuals who are opposing the bill because of political reasons. Senator, I will tell you this. I am happy that I am not seeing those members, but I'm even more happy that I'm not seeing you. Mr. President, these members of civil society are just simply individuals who want to see better for their country. And the criticisms of the legislation must not be construed as such. Because some time ago I heard...
Yo, which senator was that?
That is funny, honey.
I believe that's Marlon Morgan, bro.
Oh my God, that is funny.
He said, I'm happy I'm not seeing you. Damn, bro. A blind man saying, listen, I'm happy. A visually impaired individual is saying, I'm happy that I don't have the displeasure of seeing you. Mighty God, what an insult. At that point, you gotta make yourself real small in the room after that. Just, man, don't say nothing. Calm down. Lord have mercy.
The criticism of the legislation must not be construed as such. Because some time ago, I heard an individual in the media saying that nothing is wrong with the bill. Nothing is wrong with the bill. But yet still, the very week when the bill was debated in the House of Representatives,
yes,
I think there were over 20 amendments to the bill.
Yes.
So if it is that there was nothing wrong with the bill,
why so many amendments?
How comes the House of Representatives accommodated amendments?
Very
I make that point, Mr. President, to say that we want to make the bill better.
Yes.
Because we want a better Jamaica.
That's right.
That's right. A better Jamaica.
That's right.
And so, Mr. President, because we want a better Jamaica, I decided that I'm going to look at the bill for myself. Look at the bill for myself. And, Mr. President, I looked at the memorandum of objects. And there are 4 specific objects that have been identified, and I am structuring my presentation, Mr. President, around those. And A speaks to, and this is what it says, for the efficient, coordinated, and transparent management of extraordinary time-bound reconstruction and resilience, efforts to focus on building back better to withstand future climate and geophysical events. That is what Memorandum of Objects A speak to. And in the bill, Mr. President, in order to achieve that particular objective, the government decided to establish NARRA as a body corporate. And when I read that, I decided that I was going to check the Interpretation Act, which Section 28 of the Interpretation Act gives an outline as to what constitutes a body corporate. And when I looked at that definition, I immediately saw that institutions like the National Housing Trust, the Urban Development Corporation, Ports Authority of Jamaica, etc., would be categorized as such. These are entities, Mr. President, that have been charged with significant resources in terms of the governance architecture of our country. And from what I have observed over the years, all of these institutions have boards of directors that have been appointed by respective ministers or prime ministers. And these are established in the law. So you have the NHT, and the NHT has a board. You have the Port Authority, and they have a board. You have UDC, and they have a board. And, Mr. President, as I look at that sort of arrangement, I have not heard or seen any report that says the board structure in terms of our governance arrangement is a part of the fundamental problem for our national development.
That is the fundamental point of this speech. Where is the research that says what Andrew Wonen said out of his mouth is true? He just said it out of his mouth, and everybody seems to be everybody in the media seems to be running with it. The mainstream media, anyway. I've not heard any of them challenge it. That, well, let me not say that. I've not heard enough of them in mainstream media challenge the argument that Andrew Wonen is making, that the bureaucracy is the problem. The bureaucracy is these entities and the way it's structured. And the NARRA bill seems to want to tear down that entire shield and leave it bare for abuse. And no research is out there that we know of that backs up the argument of Andrew Wonen. It's just like he's God in within. He's trying to be God and just make an argument, and that is it. And he's the expert, and everybody else don't make no sense. You know, what their considerations and the proof of the evidence that they have, to hell with it. Right? To hell with it. That's crazy.
I beg someone to show me any such research that has come to such a conclusion. Mr. President, I know what authorities have said. I know what authorities have said, and I will tell you that privately too.
Yes.
Mr. President, the fact of the matter is that in the case of the National Housing Trust, it is the Prime Minister who has responsibility for the NHT. And the Prime Minister has the responsibility to hire and fire any member of the NHT. And I am certain, the board, I am certain that the current chairman of the NHT board, Mr. Levan Freeman, nobody. No, Freeman, Linval. Yes, yes. Mr. Freeman, nobody could say that he is somebody who would be unresponsive to directive from the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister appointed him as chairman. And so the Prime Minister, under his administration, has the power to appoint a board and also to determine who are the members therein. And and he directs the policy arrangement for these boards. So, Mr. President, I can't understand why is it that there is this resistance, this fundamental departure from an established arrangement, which I don't see anywhere, that having a board to govern an institution is problematic. And, Mr. President, it is within this context I do support the call from members of the society for the establishment of a board of directors to govern NARRA. There needs to be a statutory board to govern NARRA. And, Mr. President, I want to indicate that at a later stage of the debate, when we are in committee, I intend to propose the following amendment to create a new section 5. And it would read, there is established a board of directors which shall, subject to the provisions of this act, be responsible for the determination of the policy and the general administration of the affairs of NARRA. The provisions of the second schedule shall have effects as to the constitution of the board and otherwise in relation thereto.
Allow this, Senator. Senator Morris.
Yes, Mr. President.
I appreciate that, what you're doing. Finish reading it for me.
Yes.
But if you could commit it to me in writing, likewise, Senator
Yes,
Tain,
I will send it to you,
You
Mr.
had said
President.
that you would have some amendments, a proposed amendment.
And then,
if you could write them for me. Yeah, yes, thank you very much. Go ahead, Senator Morris. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
And 2, the minister may, after consultation with the chairman, give to the chairman such directions as to a general character of the policy to be followed by NARRA and performance of its function as appear to the minister to be necessary in the public interest. And NARRA shall give effect thereto. So, Mr. President, the amendment is going to, that I'm proposing for the establishment of the board of directors will allow for the minister, who in this case is the prime minister, to appoint the members of the board. And the prime minister would have that sort of interaction with the chairman of the board in terms of a general policy directives of the institution. I don't see why there should be a resistance and an opposition to such an approach, because that constitutes good governance practice. And as I said, Mr. President, I will send you the amendment.
Thank you very much. And if you could perhaps use the luncheon that we're going to break after you to just put it in writing, and the other senators as well.
Yes. Thank you. All right. So I move on to B. I move on to B of the objects. To create a more robust, climate resilient infrastructure, encouraging better land use planning. Mr. President, coming out of the hurricane, because it is the Category 5 Hurricane Melissa that has triggered the establishment of this bill. It is nothing that came out of an election campaign promise. It is what transpired with Hurricane Melissa. And the truth of the matter is, Mr. President, when you look at one of the major problems coming out of the hurricane, the issue, Senator Lambert, has been that of land tenure in Westmoreland, for example. The people in Westmoreland have been having a major challenge over the years, and it dates back to even the colonial era, where people have had problems in acquiring land. And so what happened, what we found is that a lot of these people, they could not build a strong, resilient housing facility because of the issue of land tenure. The issue of land tenure. And the problem, Mr. President, is that we are now confronted with a situation where we are going to reconstruct houses in the parish, and the issue of land tenure has not been addressed. I have not heard the government articulated, Senator Scott Motley, a clear policy as to how they are going to treat with the issue of land in these areas that have been devastated by the hurricane. So how is it that you are going to be building back better? How is it that you are going to be building back stronger when the issue of land tenure is not resolved? And I would want to know, what is the government's policy that they will be embarking on to make sure that the people of Westmoreland, for example, gain access to the land so that they can build back better and stronger as this bill is articulated. Mr. President, I want to go on to Object C.
Hey, this man is breaking down the objects of the bill, object by object, you know. I'm talking about clinical. Let's continue.
To expedite private and public-private investment in priority sectors and address the structural economic vulnerabilities exposed by Hurricane Melissa. Mr. President, one of the major structural vulnerability that has been exposed by Hurricane Melissa is that of housing. Mr. President, some 180,000 houses, it is estimated, have been either destroyed or damaged by Hurricane Melissa. Mr. President, if you do a simple mathematical calculation, an average for each of the houses that were damaged, you're talking about $350 billion. That's a significant portion of the estimate of damages that have been done to the national infrastructure. And so I was expecting, Mr. President, colleagues, that housing would be treated as a priority in any measure to build back stronger and build back a more resilient Jamaica. And as I read through the bill, Mr. President, one dege reference in the bill towards housing, and that is in section 25(2) that they have reference. One reference in the bill. And I am saying, Mr. President, this doesn't match up to the thousands of Jamaicans who have been affected by the hurricane in terms of the destruction of their houses. And what makes it worse, to show that the government isn't serious. In October, the government announced that it was going to purchase 5,000 container homes for the people. That is in October. November, December, January, February, March, April, May, 7 months, and not one house has been presented based on that particular announcement to the people of Jamaica. I want to know, Senator Arbin Hill, where the house them there? Where are the houses for the people that you have promised? The 5,000 container homes. The people of St. Elizabeth, in Parity. The people in Bluefields, in Westmoreland. The people in Sandy Bay.
Embarrassing.
They are still
He needs some milk.
in Parity. The people in Bluefields, in Westmoreland.
Wow.
The people in Sandy Bay, they are still looking for the houses.
Wow.
I look down at the wharf. And I can't find them. So
the irony.
I want to know what happened to the house.
That's funny. He looked down at the wharf and can't find him. Listen, he got more vision than all of them over there on that side. This man that cannot see, he has more vision. I'm telling you, no joke.
And Mr. President,
this is embarrassing though. How they're treating the people. Terrible.
That, you know, I want to propose an amendment again in the bill, and this is in the interpretation section, because the area where we're looking at goods, I am going to propose that we add the word houses there. It's a simple amendment, and I think it is reasonable that we... you can amend that, right? But I'm proposing houses. All right? Mr. President, I want to move to D of the objects, which speaks to enable growth and diversification of Jamaica's economic base. And Mr. President, noble objective. And we all want to see our country grow. And I want to suggest that in doing so, we must not set up NARRA to be the be-all and end-all of Jamaica's economic growth and development. Because the truth is, we have other structural problems that have bedeviled our economy over the years that we need to deal with. I am happy that in the bill, I have seen provisions made for diversification of agricultural production, because one of the things that we need to do, I leave that up to you, my friend. My duty is to make sure that I review the legislation.
My brother, they can shut us, man.
Party aspire for the Prime Minister.
Shut too much,
Mr.
man.
Mr. President, I want to say that, in order for us to transform the Jamaican economy, we have to move to value added. Because, Mr. President, Jamaica is rich with a lot of agricultural products that if we should engage in value added, we would see a significant transformation over time. Right now, we have a situation where it is mango season. And if you go around Senator Hill, you would see the amount of mangoes being wasted on the mango trees all over Mona and Hope pastures. If you travel into St. Mary, you see what is happening in terms of the apple season, the apple being wasted, our OTT apple. And we need to make sure that we create a mechanism where we move from just commodity to created value-added products. And that is what we need in order to have sustained periods of economic growth in our country. Mr. President, you know, I know some things about agriculture because, you know, I was involved in agricultural production in St. Mary for a long period of time. And one of the crops that I am amazed that we have not engaged in greater production of is that of cassava. Because cassava is one of the most versatile agricultural crops that you can think of. So Mr. President, when you look at the cassava crop, yes. So, Mr. President, I believe that we can get greater value added from our agricultural production. And that is something that we need to focus on if we really want to get the economy stimulated and growing on a sustainable basis. on a sustainable basis. But equally, Mr. President, as I looked through the bill, I realized that there is a serious gap and deficit that is there that we need to correct. And I want to suggest, Mr. President, that in the work and the role of NARRA, we make sure that in building back better and building back stronger, greater provisions are made for the society to become more accessible for persons with disabilities and senior citizens. Mr. President, in 2018, the Building Act was established. But the Building Act made provision for new buildings to be accessible for persons with disabilities. But the provision for making older buildings more accessible is problematic.
Senator Morris, finish your presentation. I'm not telling you to finish it. I'm saying you may finish your presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have about 3 minutes, Mr. President.
Go ahead. I'm not telling you to wrap it up, you know. Don't get me wrong. I'm saying finish your presentation.
I understand, Mr. President. I'm paying attention to you. I'm not paying attention to the penny section. Mr. President, the truth is that we need to make sure that not just new buildings alone are accessible, but also older buildings become accessible for persons with disabilities. And if it is that we are talking about giving NARRA the capacity to reconstruct buildings and facilities, NARRA should be mandated to make these buildings accessible for persons with disabilities and senior citizens. Mr. President, I want to propose that in Section 4, we do an amendment.
Yes.
There in Section 4, Minister, to add to the responsibilities or functions of NARRA to ensure that in its effort, it makes all buildings that are constructed or reconstructed accessible for persons with disabilities and senior citizens.
Right.
Mr. President, we have to create a more inclusive society because we are talking about a situation where we want to grow the economy. ILO and World Bank have done research that have shown that when you include persons with disabilities in your economic development,
yes,
economic activities between 3 and 7% growth have been highlighted across the world.
Oh my God, that's what's up.
Mr. President, I am strongly urging, Minister, and in particular with you.
How many of you knew that? Let me play that again. That's incredible. 3 to 7% growth. Okay, shout out to the disabled community. I guess they work harder to prove themselves because they have a disability. And that would make a lot of sense too. Let's continue.
That have shown that when you are talking about a situation where we want to grow the economy, ILO and World Bank have done research that have shown that when you include persons with disabilities in your economic development, economic activities between 3 and 7% growth have been highlighted across the world. So, Mr. President, I am strongly urging, Minister, and in particular with your portfolio of education, you are fundamentally exposed because you have a large proportion of the schools across this country that are inaccessible to children with disabilities. And I am telling you that if we don't make those institutions accessible, then you might end up in a whirlwind in terms of lawsuits from parents of children with disabilities. So it is incumbent upon you to accommodate that amendment to make sure that NARRA make
fixing business, yes. Him just there over there chat. Empty barrel make him most nice. Before him listen to the man, the excellent point that he's making. And push the recommendation and also the amendment. Them no business about the pity them and them no business about them portfolio. They are just there scraping, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? Filling their pockets. That's all they're there to do.
I have that responsibility to make buildings accessible for persons with disabilities. Mr. President, this is not a perfect bill. And the extent of my support is contingent on the amendments that have been proposed by the members of this team and civil society. And I urge the government to listen to the voices of the people, because it is the voice of the people that matters. May it please you, Mr. President.
Senator Small Ferguson.
Mr. President, I rise.
My bad. Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't know I was muted, but this is going to be an excellent breakdown. Let me start that. Alright. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Ferguson's Small, son of Mr. Ferguson. You know what I mean? This is an excellent breakdown of the NARRA bill. Let's get right into it, because this one is definitely a long one as well. And all of them is important to be documented, and yeah, let's go.
To contribute. I rise to contribute to the debate on the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026. At the outset, Mr. President, let me just state categorically that I support the stated objectives of the bill. In the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa, the need for a coordinated, decisive, timely response to support reconstruction, restore normalcy to the lives of those affected, and build a stronger, more resilient Jamaica is not in dispute. Indeed, Mr. President, the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons states that the bill seeks to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority and a statutory framework for, and I quote, the efficient, coordinated, and transparent management of extraordinary, time-bound reconstruction and resilience efforts to focus on building back better to withstand future climatic and geophysical events, to create a more robust, climate-resilient infrastructure, encouraging better land use planning, to expedite private and public-private investment in priority sectors that address the structural economic vulnerabilities exposed by Hurricane Melissa, and to enable growth and diversification of Jamaica's economic base. Those are objectives, Mr. President, that any well-thinking Jamaican would support. But, Mr. President, support for the objectives does not relieve us of the duty to scrutinize the mechanism. This is a bill, Mr. President, that has been sold by the government fundamentally as legislation for the Jamaican people, and in particular, those whose lives, homes, livelihoods, communities, and sense of normalcy were most directly disrupted by Hurricane Melissa. And that's why, Mr. President, I find it unfortunate, among other things, that despite the bill being amended prior to being retabled in that other place, and further amended during committee in that other place, there remains no clear, defined, and enshrined statement of the objects of the legislation in the operative provisions of the bill. Right? Nothing placing Hurricane Melissa and the people most affected by Hurricane Melissa at the center of the legislation. Yes, Hurricane Melissa is mentioned in the long title and the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons, but those are not the same thing as placing the objects of the act directly in the body of the legislation itself. This omission is important, Mr. President, for a couple of reasons. One is the fact that Parliament is creating a statutory framework for a specific purpose, particularly where the legislation establishes an authority with significant and unprecedented powers. There is particular value, in my view, of stating the objectives of the legislation in the Act itself. Because if this bill is truly about reconstruction and resilience, then the law should say so expressly. Not only in its explanation, but in the operative provisions of the law.
So ladies and gentlemen, what he's saying is, just saying that it's for building back resilience for Hurricane Melissa is not enough. The words, those words are the objective, need to be in the law itself. So you can hold the bill itself and the entities and the people involved more accountable. Alright, when it's in law, it's different. You feel me? Let's continue.
Legislation. It should make clear that this extraordinary authority, with these extraordinary powers, exists for a defined and people-centric purpose: to rebuild affected communities, to restore dignity and normalcy, and to strengthen Jamaica's resilience in a way that is inclusive, transparent, and accountable. This type of inclusion, Mr. President, is not unusual or unprecedented in our legislation. The Child Diversion Act, for example, contains an express provision setting out the objects of that act. The Data Protection Act also embeds its objects directly in the operative provisions under the heading Interpretation and Objects. So the point I'm making is not novel, nor is it consistent with our legislative practice. Mr. President, it appears to me from this action that this bill is being presented as being about the people affected by the hurricane, but proposed to be passed without those people who have sacrificed most, the victims, being sufficiently centered in the legal architecture of the bill. Including a clear objects provision, Mr. President, goes to the heart of guiding how the authority
what can go so
in the legal architecture of the bill. Including a clear objects provision, Mr. President, goes to the heart of guiding how the authority will interpret its mandate, how Cabinet will design projects, how priorities will be set, and how this Parliament and the Jamaican people will judge whether the authority has succeeded. It's also important for another reason, Mr. President. The bill is being presented as time-bound. I've heard that repeatedly. The government has repeatedly said that NARRA is not intended to be permanent. But if the authority is to exist for a finite purpose, then the Act should clearly state and define that purpose. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult to determine from the legislation alone whether the authority's objectives have been fulfilled or whether the authority has effectively concluded its work. Indeed, Mr. President, no one can argue that this bill is not well-intentioned. But, Mr. President, I contend that the role of the Senate is not to merely endorse intention. It's to ensure that the institutional framework we're being asked to approve is properly calibrated, is legally sound, and capable of delivering on the intended outcomes in a manner that is effective, sustainable, and consistent with our broader system of governance in this country.
So basically, it cannot be just a word amount. It cannot be.
It's not to merely endorse intention.
Yeah, intention is not enough, ladies and gentlemen. You have to show intent with the written part of the law. You can't just ask us to just trust it. No. We will trust the law based off the wording.
It's to ensure that the institutional framework we're being asked to approve is properly calibrated, is legally sound, and capable of delivering on the intended outcomes in a manner that is effective, sustainable, and consistent with our broader system of governance in this country. And on this side, Mr. President, it's well known that we have concerns regarding how the bill is currently drafted, and those concerns span all those areas of responsibility that I just described. It's important to acknowledge as well that these concerns are not just on the side of the chamber. They have been articulated broadly and repeatedly by civil society, by environmental advocates, by governance stakeholders, by professional voices, and Jamaicans who support reconstruction, but who are understandably concerned about the fact that urgency seems to be used to displace inclusion, consultation, and in some respects, accountability. This is a piece of legislation of considerable breadth and consequence. It establishes an authority with far-reaching powers, unprecedented powers, powers to influence how projects will be conceived, approved, accelerated, and executed at a national level. It's precisely the type of legislation, Mr. President, that would have benefited from a more expansive and inclusive consultative process, including, in my view, referral to a joint select committee. Mr. President, I appreciate that the government is motivated by urgency. I think we all are. But urgency in execution does not require the compression of consultation to the point where people who are most affected by this, the Jamaican people, and some stakeholders who may be well positioned to strengthen the bill, are not given a meaningful opportunity to shape its final form. Mr. President, I don't intend to relitigate every issue raised in the lower house and in civil society, but in my view, there are several central issues that remain unresolved that resonate with me. And I'm going to focus my contribution on a few of those areas where I believe the design of the bill remains misaligned with the outcomes it seeks to achieve, and where targeted amendments could strengthen rather than frustrate the objectives of national reconstruction and resilience. Mr. President, the first issue I wish to address is accountability and an element of the accountability architecture proposed under the bill, and particularly the reliance that's being placed on the Jamaica Reconstruction and Resilience Oversight Committee, JAMRAC. And further, the comparison that has been made between JAMRAC and Economic Program Oversight Committee, EPOC.
Listen to
Let
this.
me say at the outset that I don't raise this point to diminish EPOC. The Prime Minister himself has described EPOC as a tremendous success. And by any fair assessment, I think that's correct. EPOC was, I think, one of the more effective public oversight mechanisms in Jamaica's history. Yes? Indeed, the concept was lauded by the IMF. And it was at a time when this mechanism was critical for building confidence, for communicating progress, and for supporting public discipline during a very difficult period of economic adjustment. It's important to recall as well, and to put on record, that this was conceptualized and implemented under the last PNP-led administration as part of a broader, holistic reform program that sought to rescue an economy that was at the time teetering on the edge, to restore fiscal credibility, to restore confidence, and to place Jamaica on a more disciplined and sustainable economic path, which we're still on today. Right? So we're reaping the benefits of that decision. But Mr. President, if EPOC is being relied on as a precedent, then we must be precise about what EPOC was and what it did and the environment in which it operated. We can be selective about the comparison. EPOC didn't exercise any statutory power. It did not approve any spends, any projects. It did not direct any agencies. It did not enter into any contracts. It didn't override or influence any regulatory approvals. What EPOC effectively did was monitor the country's performance against a macroeconomic program that was already constrained by very significant guardrails. Right? At the time, Jamaica was operating within the framework of an IMF program. There were agreed targets with the IMF. There was ongoing oversight by the IMF itself, quarterly targets to meet and quarterly oversight. There were defined fiscal and macroeconomic benchmarks to meet. And importantly, Jamaica also moved during that period to legislate fiscal rules which imposed a legal discipline around the management of public finances. Right? So it was entrenched in the law that we needed to be fiscally responsible. In that context, Mr. President, I contend that EPOC was not the source of discipline in the system. It monitored it, it commented on it, but the system was already disciplined by binding fiscal rules, agreed IMF targets, and continued IMF oversight. So the distinction between the operating environment that EPOC enjoyed and what we're looking at now for JAMRAC is important. EPOC helped Jamaicans to understand whether the government was meeting agreed benchmarks. It helped to maintain confidence in the reform, and that was very important. But it was not responsible for executing the program. and it was not responsible for exercising the powers of the state. NARRA is different. NARRA is not being established to merely monitor government performance or activity. NARRA is being established to act autonomously. It's being established to prepare, implement, and oversee reconstruction and resilience projects at a massive scale. It's being given the ability to procure goods, work, services. It's being given a role to coordinate approving entities. It's being given powers to issue directives. And through the step-in mechanism, the framework allows for decisions of existing approving authorities to be displaced under certain circumstances. That's a very different category of institution. So, Mr. President, in summary, EPOC monitored power, and NARRA will be exercising power. And once we're dealing with an institution that exercises statutory power, particularly power of this breadth and consequence, I'll say it again, the accountability framework must be stronger than the external oversight committee that is being proposed to stand outside of the legislation that underpins the institution. And that brings me squarely to JAMRA. The government has placed significant emphasis on JAMRA as part of the accountability framework for NARRA. And I personally don't doubt that an oversight committee comprised of credible Jamaicans can add tremendous value to the execution. As EPOC has shown, public reporting, independent commentary, and broader stakeholder engagement can really help to build confidence around a national effort. But there's a fundamental problem, Mr. President, in my view. JAMRA is not established in the bill. It's not recognized in the bill. Its mandate is not defined at all in the bill. Its right to information is not set out in the bill. Its reporting obligations are not set out in the bill. The relationship with NARRA, the minister, cabinet, parliament is nowhere to be found in the legislation. It becomes even more important when you read section 14 of the bill, the confidentiality provision. The provision places a duty of secrecy and confidentiality on persons having an official duty under the Act or being employed in its administration. Disclosure is only protected where it is permitted or required under the Act or any other law. So the practical issue is this. If JAMRA is not identified under the Act, what is the legal basis upon which NARRA information is going to flow to JAMRA? If JAMRA is going to provide any meaningful oversight, what information will it receive? Who decides what it receives? Will it have access as a right, or will it only be discretionary? Will it be able to examine details, project-level information, procurement information, directive-related information, and material implementation issues, or will it be limited to information curated for public consumption? These questions are important because the Jamaican people are being asked to trust an authority with extraordinary powers at an extraordinary moment. The trust cannot rest only on assurances. It must be supported by law, structure, access to information, and clear reporting. Mr. President, this is where the comparison between EPOC and NARRA does not carry as far as the government would suggest. EPOC could function without legislative teeth because it was monitoring performance within a macroeconomic framework already supported by agreed targets, IMF oversight, and legislated fiscal rules. JAMRA is being presented as a central plank of oversight for an authority that will exercise significant legal, operational, and financial powers.
I hope you guys are seeing the deception from the Prime Minister in comparing EPOC to JAMRA. He's breaking it down to the very last decimal. Please pay attention, ladies and gentlemen.
That requires a different architecture, in my view. Mr. President, we must distinguish between what is meant by oversight and governance. Oversight is just one component of governance. It happens after the fact. It reviews, it reports, it comments, it scrutinizes. But governance, on the other hand, shapes decisions as they are being made. It sets parameters, it tests assumptions, it manages conflict.
So one is present and one is past. You understand? Governance is in the present. Oversight, something already happened, and you look at it. You understand? And then you say, all right, we need to fix this and this and this because this is not working. There were some loopholes and some gaps here. Governance is setting the thing from the beginning to run in a certain way. And this entity goes off the discretion of the Prime Minister. That's it.
It reviews risk and it ensures discipline before decisions are taken. So, yeah, this bill contains a lot of after-the-fact mechanisms. There are reports, audits, parliamentary tabling. There's Auditor General who can access information, yes. Those things are important, but they do not fully substitute for governance within the institution at the point where decisions are being made. This is particularly important because NARRA is not a small administrative office. Right? And we've heard that this model under which NARRA is being created is replicated throughout our system. But there is no true comparable. It's going to interface with resources and stakeholders at a scale that we've never seen before. So this is precisely why we need to ensure that the accountability framework is embedded and the accountability framework is credible. Mr. President, I don't want anybody to leave with the impression that I'm saying that JAMRAC is undesirable. Right? My point is that if JAMRAC is going to be relied on as a meaningful part of the accountability architecture, it should not be left outside of the four corners of the legislation. Mr. President, at a minimum, the bill should recognize JAMRAC. It should seek to define its mandate, specify its access to information, and remove any ambiguity that exists there. It needs to provide for reporting to Parliament, and it needs to clarify how it will interact with these confidentiality provisions. Alternatively, if the government is unwilling to place JAMRAC squarely in the Act, it needs to be strengthened to include more robust internal and parliamentary accountability mechanisms. As currently framed, Mr. President, we're being asked to accept a structure where significant statutory power is being placed in NARRA, but the principal oversight mechanism being used to justify that concentration of power has no statutory footing. That's not a sufficient answer to the governance concerns that have been raised. JAMRAC may be useful as a public confidence mechanism, but unless it is legally enabled, and unless it has access to information, it cannot at all be a credible element of the oversight. The lesson, Mr. President, from EPOC is not that oversight bodies never need the law. The lesson, Mr. President, is that oversight works when its surrounding framework is clear, disciplined, and credible. And I contend, Mr. President, that for NARRA, the surrounding framework is still being created. Right? It needs some work. And if this bill is truly for the Jamaican people, particularly those whose lives and communities must now be rebuilt, then we must get the framework right in the legislation itself. Mr. President, the second issue I wish to address is the absence of a clear sunset clause and the risk that NARRA becomes not merely an emergency mechanism, but a parallel system of governance. The government itself has made the case for NARRA on the basis of urgency. The argument is that Hurricane Melissa has created an extraordinary national shock, which is true, and the ordinary machinery of government is too slow, too fragmented, and too cumbersome to deliver reconstruction at the pace required, and that a focused, empowered authority is therefore necessary. I understand that argument. Indeed, Mr. President, I accept that the normal machinery has not consistently delivered capital projects with the speed and discipline required. But after a decade in office, Mr. President, the reality, or that reality rather, can't be treated as an abstract institutional failure. Right? We speak about it as though it's something that we have no control over. Right? The government has had substantial time, Mr. President, to address weaknesses in execution, project preparation, procurement approvals, and delivery. If the government now asks the Parliament to approve an extraordinary mechanism because the existing system is too slow, I believe Parliament is entitled to insist that the mechanism remains tied to the emergency that justified it. NARRA must therefore be treated like an emergency tool. It must be tied to the event that justified its creation. It must have a defined life cycle. It must have a clear endpoint. It must not become a permanent substitute for reforming the ordinary systems of government. As currently drafted, Mr. President, the bill does not provide that clarity.
That's a problem, you know. That lack of clarity where that is concerned and a timeline That's a big problem. Play that back.
It must have a defined life cycle. It must have a clear endpoint. It must not become a permanent substitute for reforming the ordinary systems of government. As currently drafted, Mr. President, the bill does not provide that clarity. It provides for eventual dissolution, but it does not provide a fixed sunset date, a maximum operational period, or an objective statutory test that determines when the authority must come to an end. The day of dissolution is left to be appointed by the minister. That's not sufficient, Mr. President, for an authority with these powers. Now, the powers are extraordinary, and I mean, they can be defensible maybe in the context of an emergency. But these powers should not seek to be justified as an open-ended feature of our governance architecture. That would be a mistake. If we're not careful, what we're going to do is we're going to create one system for ordinary Jamaica and another system for accelerated Jamaica. One system with the usual approvals, safeguards, processes, and frictions, and another system that is empowered to bypass or compress them. That can be a long-term answer. This is particularly important because the government has linked NARRA not only to the post-disaster reconstruction, but to a broader strategic investment through Fast Jamaica. The broader the mandate becomes, the stronger the case for a defined endpoint should be. Mr. President, my proposal is therefore straightforward. The government itself has repeatedly described the authority as time-bound. Then its time-bound nature should not only exist in speeches, it should be reflected clearly in the legislation itself.
Law, right.
The cleanest approach.
It has to be in the law for it to stand. Facts. Play that back.
The broader the mandate becomes, the stronger the case for a defined endpoint should be. Mr. President, my proposal is therefore straightforward. The government itself has repeatedly described the authority as time-bound. Then its time-bound nature should not only exist in speeches, it should be reflected clearly in the legislation itself. So in my view, the cleanest approach would be for the Act to provide for NARRA to expire automatically after 5 years, unless extended with justification by affirmative resolution of both houses of Parliament. 5 years is not an unreasonable period. It's long enough to allow the authority to mobilize, plan, procure, coordinate, and deliver a meaningful reconstruction program. And there's an off-ramp described in the legislation itself that will allow for projects that are in progress to move into the normal system of government in transitional arrangements. It would be a clear signal to the Jamaican people that these extraordinary powers are temporary and that they must be justified again if they are to continue beyond the period. Right? And there's an alternative approach. The life of the authority could be tied to the substantial achievement of the objectives for which it was created. But of course, for that to work, the bill would first need to include a clear provision setting out the objectives of the authority, which it does not have currently. Once those objects are clearly enshrined in the legislation, then the legislation could provide for the minister to certify that the core objectives of the Act have been satisfied and subject to affirmative resolution of both houses of Parliament that could trigger a dissolution. What should not happen, Mr. President, is that the authority continues indefinitely simply because the minister has not appointed a day of dissolution. A sunset clause is not a procedural nicety. It's a necessary safeguard, in my view. It's a mechanism to ensure discipline. And it's a signal that the Parliament understands the difference between an emergency response and permanent governance. Mr. President, the third issue follows naturally from the second issue. By the government's own admission, the ordinary machinery of government is too slow, too fragmented, and too inefficient to deliver reconstruction at the pace that is now required. Even, it has been said, that it's too fragmented to deliver at the ordinary pace that the country requires. And this is a serious admission. And I contend, Mr. President, that the consequences of that admission needs to go beyond just the creation of NARRA. If the normal system is too slow, we shouldn't simply create an extraordinary authority to operate around it. While timelines are being reduced in the ordinary system, whether procurement and project preparation is being improved, and whether the agencies that we've identified as being too slow are being strengthened. And I contend, Mr. President, that this parallel program would not at all delay reconstruction, but it would leave Jamaica in a much better place. Mr. President, the goal of this legislation should not be to build a bypass. The goal should be to repair the road as well, the ordinary road that all of us have to drive on. And when this...
That is one of the best. That is one of the best. Are you guys hearing me? Please make sure y'all hear me. That is because my signal just dropped a while ago. Look like my Wi-Fi is down. But that is one of the best analogies. That, yo, I gotta play that again, man. Bro, cooking, man.
All delay reconstruction, but it would leave Jamaica in a much better place. Mr. President, the goal of this legislation should not be to build a bypass. The goal should be to repair the road as well. The ordinary road that all of us have to drive. And delivery. Mr. President, Jamaica does not need bureaucracy for its own sake. But what we do need is structured discipline and accountability. And there's a difference between unnecessary delay and necessary governance. The challenge that is before us, Mr. President, is to remove what is unnecessary while preserving what is essential.
Oh my God, man. Yo, this dude. Oh, yes, sir. Salute to Mr. Smalls. He cooking like Tupac right now. Talk to him.
But what we do need is structured discipline and accountability. And there's a difference between unnecessary delay and necessary governance. The challenge that is before us, Mr. President, is to remove what is unnecessary while preserving what is essential. The second point, Mr. President, is the defense of the CEO-led model as a mechanism for clear accountability. The minister said that not every public entity requires a board, and that the executive agency model reflects a philosophy of clear CEO accountability to the responsible minister. And I accept the clarity that having direct responsibility is important, and diffuse responsibility can produce delay and weak execution. But clear accountability does not require the removal of governance. Mr. President, in the private sector, this suggestion that a CEO becomes more effective by removing the board, removing risk oversight as a requirement, leaving reporting to discretion, that suggestion would be laughable. And I'm sure, Mr. President, that Senator Duncan would not disagree with me, even if he is at pains to agree with me. A CEO is not made effective by weakening the systems around the office, Mr. President. A CEO is made effective when their authority is clear. And they're made even more effective by a surrounding governance framework that's strong. And the same principle applies here, Mr. President. Again, NARRA is not an ordinary arm of government. It's going to be at the center of a lot of activity. And it requires more responsibility, Mr. President, than personal accountability. It requires an institutional architecture. Mr. President, the third issue follows naturally from the second issue, which is the suggestion that the bill contains a sufficient multi-layered oversight framework. And I mentioned before the difference between oversight and governance, right? And the minister emphasized that the oversight for NARRA is multifaceted. Cabinet, the minister, audits, auditor general, and these mechanisms are very important. But the existence of multiple points by itself, it doesn't answer the design concern. Cabinet approval is not the same thing as institutional governance. Audit is not the same thing as real-time decision-making discipline. Parliamentary scrutiny is after the fact. It's not the same as structured accountability at the point where decisions are being taken. So the real issue is one of adequacy. It's whether the framework is strong enough to cover off the kind of power that NARRA will exercise, and whether it can sustain public confidence as decisions are made quickly, at scale, with significant consequences for the Jamaican people. Mr. President, several examples were made and comparisons were drawn with other jurisdictions: Dominica, New Zealand, Japan, Peru, others. So the concept is not novel, and the comparisons are useful. But we must take the full lessons from them, Mr. President. The lesson is not only that these countries created these special reconstruction bodies after the disaster, but the fuller lesson is that where they created these powerful special purpose reconstruction bodies, they also address governance, reporting, statutory purpose, public confidence, and institutional transition. They did that all at once. Dominica's framework, for example, included a more layered institutional structure with policy direction at the top, supervisory mechanisms, audit and risk oversight, and execution capacity operating within a defined framework. The New South Wales model also provides a useful example, where it's CEO-centric, but there is an advisory board and a structured interagency coordination. These models recognize that speed and structure can reinforce each other, Mr. President. And Jamaica should not borrow just the idea of creating this very powerful entity without taking the governance along with it. Mr. President, in closing, I return to where I began. The stated objectives of the bill are worthy objectives. The people who suffered most from Hurricane Melissa deserve urgency. They deserve competent execution. They deserve homes restored, communities rebuilt, roads repaired, schools repaired, health facilities strengthened, livelihoods protected, and normalcy returned. But they also deserve a reconstruction framework that they can trust. This bill is not simply about creating an authority. It's about how the state exercises extraordinary and unprecedented power in an extraordinary moment. And when Parliament is being asked to confer that extraordinary power, I think we need to insist on extraordinary accountability. The amendments that have been proposed, suggested, both in the other place and externally, and that will be suggested today, in my view, are practical. They're targeted and they're consistent with the government's own stated objectives. If this bill is truly about the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa and the people most affected by it, then let's place it in the bill. If JAMAICA is to provide meaningful oversight, then let us give it some legal footing and ensure that it has access to information and reporting obligations. If NARRA is intended to be time-bound, then let us make it time-bound in the Act. If the ordinary machinery of government is too slow and fragmented, then let's require a visible program to fix it. None of these things will delay reconstruction. Because there's an argument that if you are constructive about the bill, then you are opposite to reconstruction efforts. And I want to dispel that argument. Right? None of this prevents the government from acting with speed.
Nonsense. Thank you.
None of this weakens the response and the ability to respond to the emergency. They simply ensure that the speed is accompanied by structure. The flexibility is accompanied by accountability.
Yes.
And that the extraordinary powers remain tied to extraordinary circumstances that are being used to justify them. I can't see why there is a reasonable opposition to that.
Right.
Mr. President, the Jamaican people are not only asking, or rather they are not asking for promises. They're asking for delivery that they can see. They're asking, Mr. President, for systems that they can trust, for safeguards that continue to protect the public interest. One of the most important tests of this legislation will not only be what NARRA will build, but will be whether Jamaicans believe that what is built was delivered in a transparent, fair, efficient way, and that whatever was built and delivered was in their interest. Because this reconstruction thing is not only going to be a physical exercise, it's going to be an exercise of public trust. You see, the biggest exam probably that we have taken as a country. And the trust is not built by asking people to accept assurances that things that are being set up outside of the bill will happen. It starts with how we construct the law, the structure, the reporting, the transparency, the accountability. Mr. President, Jamaica must rebuild. Nobody on this side is opposed to that. But we must rebuild with competence. We must rebuild with transparency. We must rebuild with accountability. And if we are serious about resilience, then resilience must mean more than the physical infrastructure. It must mean stronger institutions, stronger safeguards, and stronger democracy. And if we're truly legislating for the people that we're supposed to serve, then the people must be able to see themselves in the legislation. They must see the purpose. They must see the safeguards. They must see how decisions will be made. They must see how the money will be spent. And they must know that when this extraordinary mechanism is put in place, that it actually will come to an end, that we're not going to roll this thing over into perpetuity. And that is not obstruction or opposition. I think it's responsible lawmaking. Mr. President, we owe the victims of Hurricane Melissa more than urgency. We owe them urgency with accountability. We owe them speed with transparency. And we need to rebuild with trust. That's the standard that the Jamaican people deserve. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Man, that was excellent. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe, and make sure you guys storm up the comment section. Alright, two things can be true at the same time. Yes, we need speed, but with great power comes great responsibility. And that's a fact. You heard? Okay, we're gonna move on. Oh, here we go, Miss Thing. Just run past this dude. I'm not interested in hearing no arguments for the NARRA bill. Hell, anybody supporting that, as far as I'm concerned, y'all criminals, man. So here we go with Senator Thame. Mazika Thame. Oh, she brought the fire today. She brought the fire in this debate, boy.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Listen to this.
Mr. President, according to the government, NARRA will bear responsibility for two distinct yet mutually reinforcing sets of projects, incorporating both public and private investment, approved reconstruction and resilience projects, including major infrastructural development at Burnham Field and the expansion of the Port of Kingston, and designated private sector-led, NARRA-coordinated and expedited strategic investment projects. Based on the content of the bill, we are not sure that these have anything to do with Hurricane Melissa. We are told NARRA isn't just about hurricane damage, but how will it impact the damage? Mr. President, the people want to know. The bill says nothing of the state of communities affected by Melissa. It has no statement of purpose or object to improve the people who were directly affected by the storm. Mr. President, billions, nay, trillions in Jamaican dollars are expected to flow down the Black River, flooding the Pedro Plains and making the hills of St. Andrew joyful together. We are expected to believe the nation will be transformed into a paradise of plenty at warp speed on the fast, the expedited pathway through Jamaica's regulatory approval process. We were told, Mr. President, that the problem all along was never that, quote, Jamaica lacked for investor interest, but that our processes were too slow to be attractive to investors. In other words, Mr. President, the government blames the inefficient bureaucracy for being a hindrance and for stymieing progress. But now, with FAST in play, diaspora investors, regional partners, and mid-scale international capital will be rushing to save the day. In introducing the NARRA bill in the Senate, Senator Dana Morris Dixon referred to the announced Melissa-inspired multilateral funding financing package of $6.7 billion as a, quote, extraordinary achievement, a testament to the fiscal credibility of that Jamaica has built over a decade. It should be recalled first and foremost, Mr. President, that the sums include the good people of Jamaica's own money. $37 million from the nation's contingency fund and the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund, $91 million from the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, and $150 million from the insurance proceeds of the catastrophe bond. 58% of the total represents loans. US $3.9 billion, US $1 billion for each from the CAF, the IDB, and the World Bank.
Yo, context really matters, eh? How many of you guys knew that? All those funds, you know, we paid all those insurances and all those money. Carry all of that. That's our money. Let's continue. And how is that money serving us directly, the people that was most damaged by the hurricane? Talk to me nice. I gotta play that back, baby.
A testament to the fiscal credibility of that Jamaica has built over a decade. It should be recalled first and foremost, Mr. President, that the sums include the good people of Jamaica's own money. $37 million from the nation's contingency fund and the National Natural Disaster Reserve Fund. $91 million from the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, and $150 million from the insurance proceeds of the catastrophe bond. 58% of the total represents loans. US $3.9 billion, US $1 billion for each from the CAF, the IDB, and the World Bank, US $415 million from the IMF, US $200 million from the CEB. US $300 million, an 8-year-old agreed IDB loan, a contingent credit facility negotiated and signed by the Prime Minister in Washington, D.C. in November 2018. The point, Mr. President, the use of our own money and loans being taken on our behalf is not as extraordinary as the Minister suggests. and the spend of these sums requires, most critically, public oversight. Mr. President, why is the government celebrating additional debt as an achievement? Why has the minister and our colleague, Senator Morris Dixon, told us that we are getting a lot of money from the donor agencies, calling it contributions? Is she misleading us, Mr. President? I do not believe that is her intention. Mr. President, I must ask, how much of the package will actually be received by Jamaica? The December IMF announcement regarding the and our colleague, Senator Morris Dixon, told us that we are getting a lot of money from the donor agencies, calling it contributions. Is she misleading us, Mr. President? I do not believe that is her intention. Mr. President, I must ask, how much of the package will actually be received by Jamaica? The December IMF announcement regarding the US $6.7 billion package was very clear in its language that Jamaica could get, quote, up to the named sums. Nothing was guaranteed. The 3 US $1 billion loans are yet to be...
This lady don't miss. She don't miss. Yo, we got a strong team in the PNP, man. Y'all better show some love, man. Y'all better show some love, you heard? Lord have mercy. This is going to be a long reaction. Damn.
Very clear in its language. Let's ask, how much of the package will actually be received by Jamaica? The December IMF announcement regarding the US $6.7 billion package was very clear in its language that Jamaica could get, quote, up to the named sums. Nothing was guaranteed. The 3 US $1 billion loans are yet to be approved, and it should be noted that the actual amount received by the Treasury from CRIF and the CAT bond was lower than indicated, as deductions were made for bank charges and administrative fees, as the Financial Secretary told the PAAC. Senator Duncan tells us the funding is in place. In the case of CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, has Jamaica yet upgraded from its C-class status in order to be eligible for the named sum? Senator Hill has left the room, but he told this House it would. What came of that CAF meeting in Panama in January? Has the Caribbean Development
what came of that?
Bank loan been approved? Mr. President, has an application even been submitted? Mr. President, we know that in January 2026, the IMF approved the disbursements of $415 million to help meet Jamaica's urgent balance of payments needs and comes with strict conditionalities. It is not a reconstruction loan. What are the prospects for reconstruction as we stand? Mr. President, $2.4 billion of the US $6.7 billion, or 36% of the total promised, are in the form of private investment, which the IDB and the World Bank said they were, quote, working to attract and mobilize to support it. If, Mr. President, the aim is to build back better, wouldn't we need a larger sum? $2 billion reconstruction budget, a figure matching the PIOJ estimates of hurricane, or to use the minister's expression, quote unquote, contributions. Mr. President, the NARRA bill is being debated today to address a $12.2 billion reconstruction budget, a figure matching the PIOJ estimates of hurricane damage. If, Mr. President, the aim is to build back better, wouldn't we need a larger sum? That said, we are told that a shortfall of $5.5 billion in funding to match the budget will be made up with low...
I think that's an excellent point. Wouldn't we need more money if you're going to build back better? I mean, cost of material, types of material, quality of material, all of that, right? Interesting.
Local, international, and diaspora investment. At a time of global uncertainty, war, and stagflation, the Wholeness, Reconstruction, and Resilience Plan appears to be based on the assumption that local and foreign investment will be available at several times the level at which it had ever previously been available, and further still, that this investment will bring it jobs, skills, and technology transfer. Is this reasonable, Mr. President? Is the government offering merely a promise, another 5 in 4, a 6 for a 9? President?
One day,
is the government offering merely a promise, another 5 in 4, a 6 for a 9?
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Say it again. Damn.
We will know in 10 years whether this is another 5 in 4. Mr. President, our diaspora has been consistent in its support of Jamaicans. Remittances, as we know, are the most important injection of foreign exchange into the land. They act as direct cash transfers to our people. But, Mr. President, one wonders, why has our diaspora been holding out on us in playing an investment role? And why, too, have our local investors held out up to now? And as for foreign capital, in an economy already substantially owned by foreign interests, what new interests do they have? What more is there to sell, Mr. President? Did displacement caused by Melissa open opportunity to investors? How will NARRA's powers to declare resilience projects impact the people whose land tenure lacks evidence of ownership, Mr. President? Mr. President, the Jamaica Beach Birthright and Environmental Movement submissions to the Parliament tell us that the bill in its current form threatens the Prescriptive Act of 1882, which provides minimal protection for public access to beaches and the tenure of those, such as fisherfolk, who have customarily occupied coastal lands informally.
Very serious problem.
Too have noted concerns about
He
their
needs
lands.
some milk.
That's a very important point you just made. And then the maroon lands as well. Oh, man.
Who have customarily occupied coastal lands informally. Maroon communities too have noted concerns about their lands.
Yep.
Section 25 of the bill names tourism as one of the areas that may be cabinet designated for strategic investment projects. We know, Mr. President, that Jamaica's tourism model depends on development along the coastline. We also know that coastal forests, including mangroves, have been destroyed in building hotels and other property along the coast. We know that the removal of grass beds to allow for the building of overwater bungalows is a driver of sand erosion and thus destruction of beaches. We know that we face the risk of rising sea levels. How will now...
This point is very important, because with the type of stuff that they're doing to build these hotels and then facing the risk of more, the sea rising more onto the land. I mean, if you're looking at climate resilience and you're looking at climate change in a negative way with all these monsters, it would be counterproductive to continue to build those hotels in the way they are doing it, based off what you just said. Listen to that again. That is super. This is environmentally, she's dropping bombshells right now, talking about the science and the results.
Maroon communities too have noted concerns about their lands. Section 25 of the bill names tourism as one of the areas that may be cabinet designated for strategic investment projects. We know, Mr. President, that Jamaica's tourism model depends on development along the coastline. We also know that coastal forests, including mangroves, have been destroyed in building hotels and other property along the coast. We know that the removal of grass beds to allow for the building of overwater bungalows is a driver of sand erosion and thus destruction of beaches. We know that we face the risk of rising sea levels. How will NARRA protect us against these threats? Neither should environmental harm nor harm to communities be promoted by this bill. We heard the plans to develop Black River, Portland, and Trelawney for tourism. Will these plans double down on the model of tourism currently being expanded based on the capture of the coastline and foreclosing of people's access to the beach? Mr. President, I intend to propose amendments to ensure environmental and community protections under sections 19 and 25. Mr. President, we cannot risk environmental degradation and undermining of the resilience the government claims to be pursuing as a consequence of this bill. Mr. President, you may have noted, for instance, the Gleaner's article, Flow Backs NARRA Push to Cut Telecoms Delays. In it, the VP and General Manager of Flow Jamaica is quoted as saying, quote, "Think about what we have to do to get one site up in my country. It takes an average of probably 14 months because I have to go through NEPA, Ministry of Health, municipality, and all these in order to get a site up." This is a cautionary tale, Mr. President. I, for one, am grateful that such provisions exist to protect Jamaicans from the health risk of cell sites.
I'm very happy for that as well. And any erosion of that protection, I am not accepting, and I am fighting against vehemently. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just show you the article quickly. This is the article. See there? Flow price box NARRA, and the specific portion that she's talking about is this. Alright? It shouldn't have to come to this blah blah blah. Where is it? What did he say? What did he say? Think about it. See there? Right here, so. See there? This is the quote. So just to be clear, she don't play. I went and looked up. I never knew about this article. And because of her, I went and looked it up. See there? What we have to get. He said that right there. End quote. Let's continue.
Government claims they consult, but it isn't clear that they are hearing the people on this bill. In their second submission to the government on the bill, Jamaicans for Justice and the Jamaica Environmental Trust say their concerns remain unaddressed. Mr. President, among the most pressing of those concerns that we on this side have raised in the lower house is that the bill gives extraordinary powers to the authority. Mr. President, you have heard my colleague, Senator Ferguson Small, speak to our concerns regarding the provisions under clauses 22 to 24, Ferguson Small. The approach to NARRA must be seen as part of a larger approach by the government that attempts to concentrate power in the executive and pushes Jamaica in an autocratic direction. The super ministry at the OPM is one example, Mr. President. But we saw the Prime Minister's autocratic tendencies early on. Remember, Mr. President, how the Prime Minister required senators to sign undated resignation letters in 2013? Lucky for our colleagues on that side, in 2015, the Supreme Court ruled his actions unconstitutional and void.
He needs some milk.
Embarrassing.
He needs some milk.
Man, in the history books, Andrew Owens is gonna go down as one of the, not one of the worst leader in the history of Jamaica. That's his legacy. I mean, undated signed resignation letter, bro. Whose man's is this? The signs were always there. I wasn't paying attention because I wasn't following up politics. But yo, undated signed resignation letter, bro. Man, that will never leave him. For any well-thinking person, who the hell wants a leader like that think he can pull off some stunts like that? That's like trying to have people stay conformed to whatever it is, not having no freedom. This man is a slave master, bro. The hell going on? Mr. Unconstitutional.
Mr. President, it is unfortunate that the people have had to take the government to court to guarantee their rights, which should be automatically respected. For the record, Mr. President, the NIDS legislation was ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court in 2019 following legal challenges that it breached the right to privacy and other fundamental rights. In 2025, the courts ruled that the repeated use of SOEs between 2018 and 2023 was unconstitutional. In response to the ruling, the government signaled its intention to appeal. In the case of Roshane Clark versus the Attorney General, the Supreme Court ruled that emergency powers regulations allowing for prolonged detention without charge were unconstitutional. You might recall, Mr. President, that Mr. Clark was awarded nearly 18 million of the people's money for damages after being detained for several months without being charged. In the case of Everton Douglas et al. Against the Ministry of National Security, the court found the months-long detention and confinement of 5 men without trial under an SOE to be unlawful and unconstitutional, a breach of their fundamental rights, including the right to liberty and the separation of powers which we deserve on this bill. And then the government sought to appeal the decision. What kind of government do we have, Mr. President, that would appeal such a ruling? It's the same kind of government, Mr. President, whose leader is always threatening the people with war and violence, with threats that you will meet your judge or your maker. We are witnessing in real time this authoritarian.
He needs some milk.
President whose leader is always threatening the people with war and violence, with threats that you will meet your judge or your maker. We are witnessing in real time this authoritarian approach to power in the rise in police killings beginning last year. We see the same process of disregard for the people's rights unfolding in relation to the court's ruling in the Dry Harbour Bengal case. What type of government would appeal a ruling that defends the people's rights to a healthy environment? Mr. President, the joint submission of JET and JFJ has indicated that there are gaps in human rights protections, governance, accountability, and the rule of law in the NARRA bill. They warned, for instance, that the absence of a purpose clause from the bill may not stand up to a legal precedent. I have just outlined some of the government's experiences with the courts. Do we want a repeat? Will the people be required to resort to the courts to protect themselves against the government in response to the powers of NARRA? It is our job in this Senate to prevent them from having to go that route, Mr. President. We must amend the bill accordingly.
Warning, 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 warning. This portion of the speech tells you exactly what the PNP depend and the entire, what do call it, civil society, the civil society groups. Brother, it now stand up in a court. This is NARRA bill that can't stand like how it's there. Hey. Big up the people that is not the same as the JLP. Mighty God of Daniel, thank God for the PNP and thank God for the people with that conscience. Thank God for give them a conscience. Needs pasteurize this abida. Needs plus the SOEs is just all forms of abuse. All forms of abuse, ladies and gentlemen. Pasteurize. Mighty God.
Mr. President, who does the provision to circumvent government processes with step-in clauses serve? Senator Duncan doesn't seem to recognize the step-in clauses as an attempt to circumvent processes. Who are the investors expected to have a role in strategic projects? How will the profit motive help the people at this time? The naming of Professor Peter Blair Henry Fellow at the Hoover Institution, a think tank based at Stanford University, to chair JAMROC confirms that the government is wedded to a vision of development that is not about the people. We should be minded that celebrating the success of the JLP and neoliberalism does not make a scholar great. The Hoover Institution is known as among the most right-wing of think tanks in the United States. The Washington Post described it as a refuge to Republican, Reagan, and Bush administration figures. Surely, Mr. President, we should know that the Clarence Thomases of the world do not support people like the majority who live here in this country, especially at this historical juncture.
So, the person that Mr. Andrew Onis lauded as the perfect CEO or the person to work at NARRA is somebody that's not really sympathetic to the majority of the people like us in Jamaica that is in our situation. Listen, man, y'all, hey, listen, I already know this is going to court because they got to, people we got to get, hey, what? Oh, hell no, man.
Mr. President, I have some questions to add to Senator Morris Dixon's 10 posed when she introduced the bill. Why, we might ask, is the government persisting in ignoring the calls for a more accountable framework related to audits? Why the need for secrecy without whistleblower protection? Why not transparency? Why the CEO indemnities? Why the PIMS exemptions? Why not demand that the groups most at risk to climate disaster be included in consultations? Why doesn't the bill insist on environmental impact assessments and strategic environmental assessments and other scientific and technical assessments? Transparency. Why the CEO indemnities? Why the PIMS exemptions? Why not demand that the groups most at risk to climate disaster be included in consultations? Why doesn't the bill insist on environmental impact assessments and strategic environmental assessments and other scientific and technical assessments? Why should we trust this authority with the powers it is being given? The government seems to think that the 19.9% of the vote they received in September last year gives them the right to give themselves more and more power.
Wow.
The NARRA bill reflects this conviction.
Hey, me love that woman here. If me love that lady one more time. Say that again, mama.
With the powers it is being given. The government seems to think that the 19.9% of the vote they received in September last year gives them the right to give themselves more and more power.
19.9% of 100% of the people of Jamaica. And they believe they should get less powers and more oversight. They don't represent all the people of Jamaica. Not in votes. Not even close. They cannot, listen, they're not even at a quarter. They are not even at a third of the people in Jamaica. Talk to him, Miss Thame. Talk to him, Miss Mazika. Is it Dr. Mazika Thame? Hey, salute.
Why should we trust this authority with the powers it is being given? The government seems to think that the 19.9% of the vote they received in September last year gives them the right to give themselves more and more power. The NARRA bill reflects this conviction. Last week and today, Senator Morgan, while they were celebrating themselves, asked whether I teach my students about mandates. Let me say, Mr. President, what everyone knows. 19.9% of the vote is barely a mandate. And, Mr. President, it is certainly not a signal to circumvent democratic rules. Low voter turnout and popular disengagement are threats to democracy. We on this side are speaking to the people of this country, and we are telling them, as Garvey did, to awaken from their slumber and complacency and demand space. We can lose our country if we do not. The people might be disengaged today, Mr. President, but they will not remain asleep forever. We must heed our history. They came alive in 1835 and 1865. They came alive in 1938, and that moment led to our independence. If we value our democracy, Mr. President, we should see mandates as cementing legitimacy through consensus building. That's what social consensus means. You have to seek it. Consultation and centering communities and their needs. This moment and this bill demands those frames. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Wow, what a powerful angle that she took her conversation to. The people must rise up and wise up. When we rise up and wise up, we know so not sleep right now, but trust me, it's gonna come to that point where you gotta wake the hell up. Salute to her, and let me know what y'all think in the comment section. Salute to her, Mazika, Dr. Mazika Thame, teacher right there. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so we're gonna move on, ladies and gentlemen. I told y'all this is gonna be the lab work tonight, so hey, if y'all not interested, you know, you guys are in. Ooh, wait a minute, I did Mr. Floyd Morris already. Yes, I did. I surely did. They took a break. They came back. And where are we? I think we're going to get to the good part. Who is this? Oh, that's nobody. No real contribution there, obviously. That is a yes, man. Oh, here we go. The queen. The queen, the queen, the queen, the queen, the queen. No real contribution. Some substance now to the arguments. Let me just fast forward that a bit. Don't even want to hear his voice. Ah, wonderful.
Thank you, Mr. President.
There we go. There we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor. I have not listened to this. This is my raw reaction. I only got a snippet of a portion of it where she literally put Dana Morris Dixon in her place for misleading the people in regards to a particular document that she held up. Can you imagine? But we don't have to imagine, we're going to see it. Let's go.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I wondered why you asked me to lead the prayers this morning. And I thank you for doing so, because I hope it has put me into a proper frame of mind to be kind, forgiving, understanding, and trying to reach
Be yourself.
beyond myself. You know, Mr. President, all from this NARRA bill was tabled. It brought back memories to me of a NERA bill. And that NERA bill is known as NIDS. It was significant to me, perhaps not to others, because it was the first bill which I had responsibility for as leader of opposition business in the Senate. My very first experience, because when I came in as leader. And I tried, because it is my nature, to point out some of the flaws which I perceived. In fact, the opposition and civil society groups had called for a joint select committee to consider it. And we were told, in no uncertain manner, absolutely not. No more time. It had been 40 years in the making. And that was true. It had been 40 years in the making. We sat until Saturday morning trying to go through that bill, which had come from the House, I think, with 63 amendments. And we worked until 1:30 a.m. on Saturday morning. It was only adjourned on an agreement that we would return on a Monday to complete it. And no matter what we said, no matter what we did, the government would not be moved from its position. The upshot of that, Minister Hill, was that when the matter was taken to court, certain aspects of it was challenged as being unconstitutional and abrogating the Charter of Rights. The court felt that there could be no severance because the bill was so flawed. And so, all of that time was lost in a bill which the opposition really supported, but which the government was so urgent that it couldn't wait at all. And it reminds me, NARRA reminds me of NERA. I'm going to come to it. NARRA reminds me of NERA. Because when you look at it, when you break down what the requests are, perhaps the most constant one is, why not a board? In the opinion of what you call right-thinking members, a board would strengthen the accountability. Now, I have not heard any reason why putting a board in place would make the whole system bog down. I have not seen the difficulty which would be created by having a board instead of an advisory body. There is no point in explaining the difference.
This is very unusual, but I have to call to the
I'm going to answer her, sir. I'm going to answer the minister. There is no point in explaining the difference between Jamrock and Epoch, because it has been explained ad nauseum. It's just that you will not hear it. No matter what is said outside of your team, you do not hear it. And that is a danger in how you lead. Because your philosophy is a leader-centric philosophy which says you have voted for us. We are led by the most honorable Dr. Andrew Holness. And whatever he says is what happens.
Man, listen, I gotta play that back. Oh, she is putting them in their place today. Grown woman stuff. Shout out to you. What? Hey, Freedom, we live, baby. I told y'all it's gonna be, I'll be in the lab tonight. All these videos are gonna be posted. 5 a.m. the videos start posting, baby. 5 a.m., 7 a.m., 9 a.m., 11 a.m., 1 p.m., 3 p.m., 5 p.m., 7 p.m., 9 p.m., 2-hour intervals. I am posting a video every 2 hours today. You heard? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We in the lab, baby. But Mr. Donna Scott Motley, man, child. Lord have mercy. Put them in their place. Oh, see, you notice what happened? That girl, I don't know, something going on with her and Andrew Holness. That lady. She's very defensive of Andrew Holness. I don't know what's going on with her and Andrew Holness, but she's super defensive of Andrew Holness. Anytime you go into parliament and they attack the government with the truth, that lady, that brown lady, that one like she nice, the monster starts to come out of her. Real talk. I'm telling you, but let's listen.
No, I have not heard any reason why putting a board in place would make the whole system bog down. I have not seen the difficulty which would be created by having a board instead of an advisory body. There is no point in explaining the difference.
This is very
between
unusual,
Jamrock.
but I have to call
Yeah,
to
but
the
I'm going
minister
to
and
answer
ask
her, sir. I'm going to answer the minister. There is no point in explaining the difference between Jamrock and Epoch, because it has been explained ad nauseum. It's just that you will not hear it. No matter what is said outside of your team, you do not hear it. And that is a danger in how you lead, because your philosophy is a leader-centric philosophy which says you have voted for us. We are led by the most honorable Dr. Andrew Holness, and whatever he says is what happens. In other words, you have said on numerous occasions, including not so long ago, that you were elected to govern, and govern you will. There is never any space or place for the views of the people unless it's convenient for you to do that. And I will give you another example. When we were in this House debating the Firearms Act, and I pointed out some of the problems in that act.
Yes.
Because I'd been on the Joint Select Committee and I tried hard there. When we had the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Chief Justice, pointing out the challenges which were created by that piece of legislation, all we got was a promise to amend it. But you didn't listen. And you know why you didn't listen? Because if it comes from the opposition or somebody who is not a part of your cheering gallery, you never hear. Minister, it's so unusual to see you get hot under the collar. Have I managed to stir up that kind of passion in you? Oh. So, there is no one. It is not debatable about the impact of Melissa on our country. The memorandum.
What the hell is going on? She's a part of the naughty crew. I don't know what he's talking about. She's not nice. She's not nice. I have been peaked the monster in her several times. She's not, man. Listen. Listen. She ain't nice, bro. There is a monster lurking, you heard? Y'all just ain't seen it because she got white, clear skin. Y'all think she nice? Ha! Please, let's continue. She is hot under the collar. Anytime you hit the truth on the nail when it comes on to Andrew Holness and the leadership, I want to know what is going on with her and Andrew Holness. She even more hot under the collar sometimes more than his wife. What the hell going on? Sheesh.
Quite clearly.
What?
The memorandum speaks to the fact that the devastation amounts to 56.7% of GDP as measured in 2024. It speaks to the loss which was experienced and therefore brings the clear justification for wanting expediency and urgency to solve the problems of the country. It says the hurricane traversed the island, resulting in catastrophic loss and damage to lives, livelihoods, and economic, social, cultural, and environmental systems. I scoured the bill. I scoured the bill for a clause which would show me that it has been addressed. I could not find a clause that adequately referenced that. The woes which the people have experienced. And when Senator Duncan spoke, it became, I don't want to misquote him and I made a note of it. The emphasis in your bill is on development and commercial activities. Well needed. There's no question about it. But where do the people factor in this? Because I'm going to pose a scenario. A spot in Westmoreland. I'm going to choose Petersfield because Petersfield is always on my mind now. Although I've never visited Petersfield, I do not know Petersfield. A beautiful piece of land on which families have lived for decades. Because in rural Jamaica, as you know because of your land titling projects, which you have, people live on a piece of land forever. Grandfather did born here. Oh, Senator Apka is not here to hear me engage the vernacular. But grandfather did born here. Father did born here. Everybody, they can show generationally their connection to the land, but they do not have a piece of paper in their hand. A developer wants to do a development which falls within Section 25, a high-value tourism project. There is nothing in this bill that requires even those persons who are going to be dispossessed to know that they are going to be dispossessed. Because the notice is not given to anybody nor posted anywhere. The notice is only given to the authority, not to the people. And the bill has no mechanism for anybody to appeal.
Yo, I did not know that. Play that back. What?
But they do not have a piece of paper in their hand.
Yes.
A developer wants to do a development which falls within Section 25.
Yes.
A high-value tourism project.
Right.
There is nothing in this bill that requires even those persons who are going to be dispossessed to know that they are going to be dispossessed.
Wow.
Because the notice is not given to anybody nor posted anywhere. The notice is only given to the authority, not to the people. And the bill has no mechanism for anybody to appeal anywhere. You see, you talk about the Canberra Earthquake Recovery Authority, but there were safeguards in that bill. But let's look at 17.4. I don't have a problem with saying that I'm wrong. So let me look at 17.4 as you have pointed out. So this was one of the amendments which was done to the bill, right? The authority shall, in developing and for monitoring the implementation of reconstruction and resilience projects, programs and plans, hold consultations with persons affected or likely to be affected by the implementation of a project. And I'm fully aware of this. I am also aware of, I'm making a slight departure. I'm also very much aware of your clause 3, which speaks to administration. And when establishing the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, at clause 3.2, the provisions of the schedule shall have effect as to the constitution and procedure of the authority and otherwise in relation thereto. There is no schedule. The only schedule to this bill is the schedule that appoints the CEO. There is no schedule that actually tells you about the constitution and the procedure of the CEO. None.
Wow. Marlon Morgan not set up himself to get embarrassed. Oh my God. Deceiving the people once more.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
Stop lying. Stop lying. Stop lying.
Just stop, bro.
Stop.
Just stop.
There people.
Did you guys hear the crickets a while ago? After she brought that up and pointed that out? Crickets argument done.
The people who have suffered in the hurricane are not at the center of this legislation. What this legislation does, which you cannot see, but people are aware of it, is that all projects, it's a bypass of the regulatory bodies. Because you can simply, once it's over $15 million, and it fits into 25, which is very, very broad, you can have your project pass through NARRA.
Yep. Basically, all you got to do is bring 15 million US and you money. Hey, you can get whatever you want, player. This is the hookup. I got the hookup. Well, you got to bring 15 bands. That's basically what it is.
It says, it enumerates several areas. And it also says any other sector as the Cabinet may determine where strategic opportunities arise that serve the reconstruction and economic resilience objectives of the Act. And it is silent on helping the people. Did you need a NARRA to help the people from Westmoreland? Did you fail to help the people from Westmoreland because you had no NARRA? You have people who have just been removed from shelters into surroundings which are far from adequate.
Embarrassing.
You have people who live in a school hanging out there who have just been removed. You had people. You have people who have just been removed from shelters into surroundings which are far from adequate.
Yes.
You have people who live in a school hanging out their clothes on a line and indeed cohabit in the school because the school has become their home.
Mighty God.
And you even boast about the fact that all is family, they're all related. And also, they're related to some of the teachers. That is how you deal with people. That is how you handle people who are suffering. And then come to tell me that a strategic investment has people at the heart, when for 6 months, they are driving down in St. Elizabeth, and St. Elizabeth, they say, don't look any different from the hurricane.
Wow.
They are, because, you know why? You know why? Because we don't have NARRA. And you don't have emergency procurement provisions. Which your minister, because your minister Vaz did not know that he could have procured this Starlink under emergency procurement provisions.
Wow.
Because even though procurement is very challenging, there are ways. The law always creates a way for you to get it done. And your emergency procurement provisions could do it.
Wow.
But you have no...
She literally just debunked the entire NARRA bill with that reason, that argument right there. Because that's exactly what Vaz did. Vaz overturned procurement and doing one thing if you get the light and everything and whatever I want to do with it. Yo, fam, I gotta play that again, bro. I gotta play that again.
Tell me that a strategic investment has people at the heart, when for 6 months they are driving down in St. Elizabeth, and St. Elizabeth, they say, don't look any different from the hurricane.
Dang.
They are, because, you know why? You know why? Because we don't have NARRA. And you don't have emergency procurement provisions. Which your minister, because your minister...
I want you to understand that she's being sarcastic. Just in case you didn't know. She's literally flying in, she's up in the face of them saying, yeah, idiot. You don't have no sense. Your argument are dunce. With actual historical occurrences that previously happened with Daryl Vaz and the Jamaica Labour Party. Yeah, man, this lady is killing them.
Hurricane. They are, because, you know why? You know why? Because we don't have NARRA.
We don't.
And you don't have emergency procurement provisions. Which your minister, because your minister Vaz did not know that he could have procured this Starlink under emergency procurement provisions.
That's exactly what he did. She's being sarcastic. That's exactly what Vaz did. Yo, this lady have everybody like this. They have nothing. They got no rebuttal. She's cooking them. Oh my God.
Because even though procurement is very challenging, there are ways. The law always creates a way for you to get it done. And your emergency procurement provisions could do it. But you have no real interest in the plight of the people. You have no real interest in the plight of the people.
None. Call it for what it is. None. Period.
You can't be connected to the people.
Shout out to Sassy 81 in the building. Oh, that's Sassy D. Oh, Sassy D. Sorry, my bad. Shout out to Sassy D. What's up, baby?
For one, when you drive on the road, you have no real interest in the plight of the people. You can't be connected to the people because for one, when you drive on the road, you drive with flashing cars, so you don't even know what we experience when we sit in traffic. You only speak to people in your echo chamber. But let me continue.
Embarrassing. He needs some milk.
There is, one would have thought that after the dry harbor ruling, the government might have contemplated, even for a moment, whether they ran the risk of a similar fate as NIDS. Whether they ran the possibility of having this piece of legislation overturned. Because that step in order, which could cause a real issue. You see, the 3 justices in the Dry Harbor case established 4 constitutional requirements that must be satisfied before a minister can override the decision of an independent regulatory body. It said that, firstly, there must be a sound and rational basis for substituting the minister's decision for that of a specialist regulatory body. And that basis must be demonstrable, not merely asserted.
Okay.
2, the reasons must be explained to the public,
Yes.
to the affected people,
Yes.
and necessary to the court. Transparency of reasoning is not optional, it is constitutional.
Constitutional.
3, the Constitution protects against likely harm. Likely harm, not just actual harm. Rights are engaged before the damage occurs. Just the door being opened to the harm is sufficient.
Mighty God.
And importantly, economic benefit claims and aspirational development goals must be supported by concrete evidence, feasibility studies, hard data, proper analysis, because generalized assertions do not satisfy constitutional.
It has to be scientific. Their claim to give them the permit has to be scientific. So you see the stepping pause for Andrew Willis, super problematic. It's going to violate all types of constitutional rights. This is going to court.
Requirements.
Best believe that. Talk to him, Mama Donna. Hey.
Because of my time.
Yes.
On the reasons explained to the public and affected people.
Right.
There is no requirement in Section 24 to publish a step in order. No gazette obligation. No notification to accept affected communities.
Wow.
No requirement to explain reasons to the public.
Wow.
The regulator gets a notification and an opportunity to make representations to the minister. But that is a representation to the decision maker, not a public explanation of the decision.
Wow.
Section 24 does not require that reasons must be explained to the people.
Yo, somebody can... Can he shut up so I can hear the man annoying in a virgin?
To the public, to the affected people. Now, I know exactly what the response will be. You know, after you sit down here for a while, you can actually write the scripts, you know, you just need to fill in some little spaces that you leave. Because you know, okay, this is what, and then now hit the opposition with something from way, way back, and you can write the scripts. But, but let me say, in the Dry Harbor case, the Prime Minister overrode the NRCA using existing ministerial appellate authority under the Act. Now, we don't have that here, of course. There is no appeal process, nothing by which you can be heard. The court said that exercise of existing authority was unconstitutional because it lacked sound rational basis, transparency, and evidence. Now, Section 24 of the bill attempts to cure that deficiency by creating a statutory framework for the override with procedural steps, a notification requirement to the regulator, and an independent expert requirement. The question is whether those are satisfactory to satisfy the constitutional requirements of the bill. So here is my concern. The procedural steps are addressed to the authority, not to the community. The community has no role in the process, none outlined anywhere that I could find. So the full court's requirement of notifying the people is not satisfied by notifying the regulator. The independent expert can go so to the authority, not to the community. The community has no role in the process, none outlined anywhere that I could find. So the full court's requirement of notifying the people is not satisfied by notifying the regulator. The independent expert is commissioned by the authority, not appointed independently. So you know how it goes, Senator Hill. we get somebody who you and I will discuss it privately. So you select somebody who you know will agree with what you're doing and will support what you're doing, and you ask them for their independent opinion. The only way that you could cure that is if you had a process by which the independent expert is not commissioned by the authority and is appointed independently. But you don't really want any level of accountability because you don't want the board. You want to rely on EPOC and to say Jamrock is going to have the same kind of credibility and integrity as EPOC.
Devil is a liar.
Even though EPOC was monitoring a very strict framework which had been established
by
to
law.
ensure good fiscal government in Jamaica.
Exactly, by law.
It was required
by
to
law.
hold the government to account.
By law.
And to tell the people every week what was happening. It was not in the legislation, but it was done in an environment where there was not what your own members say is a low trust environment.
Yes.
It's in a
low trust.
They are operating in a low trust environment.
Yes.
The words are not used by me. I am quoting from your own members who spoke in the House, who said this is a low trust environment.
Yes, it is.
The people are listening.
The people are listening.
Minister.
Yeah, we're watching you.
The people
all you criminals, we're watching you.
Senator Duncan.
All you criminals over there trying to justify this NARRA bill, we're watching you. Anybody will support this, I believe you're a criminal. That's my belief and I'm entitled to it. I believe you are a criminal. Anyone I own. Senator, MP, I don't care. Criminal.
The word that you used, which was very important, was social consensus. And social consensus is transformative in achieving objectives. When you have the people on your side, everything changes.
Everything.
You had social consensus with EPOC.
Yep.
You had
no social consensus with Jamrock. Perfect.
Minister, I have two questions.
Yes.
Minister
Dana Marsh Dixon. Yes. Talk to us.
I haven't seen in the bill any. Is it contemplated that Jamrock will be established under Clause 7? Because that is so unclear, especially the language, which says the minister may establish a committee.
Mighty God.
You can't, I shouldn't, with a bill of this magnitude,
yes.
The most consequential bill which has come before the House in recent times.
Right.
I shouldn't have to wonder how this oversight body, on which you place so much reliance,
yes.
is going to be established.
Talk to us. First question.
I know exactly. I know exactly. No, the first one was about the schedule, which I can't find. I can't find any schedule that is being referred. And I think if it were there, it would be a very important schedule for us to look at.
Yes.
Except that it simply is not. It does not exist.
Does not exist.
You know, last week too, when you spoke, Minister,
yes.
I was very embarrassed by what you said about the Portmore municipality and the long wait that you had. I really thought it was an indictment, except that I didn't know that there were issues surrounding the ownership of the land on which the fence was going to be built. And I think that addition, that further explanation would have made a significant difference to how it was perceived. Because I had to make an inquiry.
He needs some milk.
We are not just gonna move. Man, look at her face, bro. Oh, she knows she know the arrows are coming. Cause she's getting exposed. The boy see, this is what I think is happening. Dana Morris Dixon and other members of the Jamaica Labour Party seem to be getting scripts to read from approved scripts from Andrew Wallace and not perusing the information to validate whether or not it's airtight in its reasoning. And they come out and they regurgitate what's on the script and then now looking like a damn liar. Because what was the intent of her doing this that she's going to explain right now?
You know, Last week too, when you spoke, Minister, I was very embarrassed by what you said about the Portmore municipality.
Embarrassing.
And the long-
He needs some milk.
Last week too, when you spoke, Minister, I was very embarrassed by what you said about the Portmore municipality and the long wait that you had. I really thought it was an indictment, except that I didn't know that there were issues surrounding the ownership of the land on which the fence was going to be built. And I think that that addition, that further explanation would have made a significant difference to how it was perceived. Because I had to make an inquiry. When you hear somebody, a minister, say that a fence which is needed for the security and the safety of the children has been delayed by a municipality for over 18 months, you must be concerned. Save and accept that there was a dispute over the ownership of the land which prevented the municipality from giving the permission. That is critical. That is critical. If I am incorrect, then you must take it up with the media who carried a report about the Naga Head situation. But when you're closing, tell me, explain to me how NARRA would have been used to resolve that situation. Is it that you would have acquired the land? Because I am reading into NARRA that NARRA can do basically anything in the world that it desires to do.
Yep.
And I think that for good governance, you should just pause and consider whether that is in fact what you intend, or it's an unintended consequence of the way that you have framed and approached the legislation. I am quite clear that you tabled a bill which you had to withdraw. I didn't see, or you decided to withdraw. I didn't see that bill. So I am making no comments on it.
Listen, we got to play that one more time, bro. I don't want that to go over nobody's head because, you see, I believe that that's their exact intention. That's my belief. I really think little of the Jamaican Labour Party, they have given me no reason to give them the benefit of the doubt. Absolutely no reason, ladies and gentlemen. None.
Needed for the security and the safety of the children has been delayed by a significant difference you had. Too, when you spoke, Minister, I was very, that it simply is not. It does not exist. Last week too, when you spoke, Minister, I was very embarrassed by what you said about the Portmore municipality and the long wait that you had. I really thought it was an indictment, except that I didn't know that there were issues surrounding the ownership of the land on which the fence was going to be built. And I think that that addition, that further explanation would have made a significant difference to how it was perceived.
Exactly.
Because I had to make an inquiry. When you hear somebody, a minister, say that a fence which is needed for the security and the safety of the children has been delayed by a municipality for over 18 months, you must be concerned. Save and accept that there was a dispute over the ownership of the land which prevented the municipality from giving the permission. That is critical.
How can the municipality give permission and somebody there's a issue with who own the land? There's a battle over the land. They made it look like, it's just this bureaucracy that is blocking this, and it makes no sense why we didn't get the permit and we have the children unsafe. That's the picture they painted. They are deceptive and evil. I cannot give, they have done it too many times. I cannot give them the benefit of the doubt. That my perception of them is their fault, Jamaica. One time Andrew Warner said that, we're tracking people. Next minute Dana Mark said, no, we're not tracking anybody. One time Andrew Warner say, you know what? We are not gonna go digital, fully digital. We're not, people was concerned about the money and everything. He said, why would we make a new dollar and then take out the money? Do you see how this money rottens easily? This money got temporary vibes to it. You feel me? Because they want to push their needs in its unconstitutional form. Yep, I said it. That's how they really wanted to push it. But thank God for the PNP again for not having them trample on our constitution. Let's continue.
That is critical.
Critical. Insane.
If I am incorrect, then you must take it up with the media who carried a report about the Nagahead situation.
Yes.
But when you're closing, tell me, explain to me how NARRA would have been used to resolve that situation. Is it?
That's exactly what they would have do. Take with the smaddy land, build the fence and run with the church so them can't do them worship. Tell them to go somewhere else. That's the type of government that we have. You remember good.
That you would have acquired the land?
Yes.
Because I am reading into NARRA that NARRA can do basically anything in the world that it desires to do. And I think that for good governance, you should just pause and consider whether that is in fact what you intend, or it's an unintended consequence of the way that you have framed and approached the legislation. I am quite clear that you tabled that bill which you had to withdraw. I didn't see, or you decided to withdraw. I didn't see that bill. So I am making no comments on it. How it appears to me, and my concern, because I value and put the people at the center of why I am here. You understand? I don't have to be here. Just like when you were talking about our dear departed friend, Leslie. He didn't have to be here. He didn't really get anything from being here, but he wanted to serve. And I want to say, we must focus on the people who have been hurt in Melissa. The same people who are still hanging out their clothes on borrowed lines. The same people who pass by their houses and see no roof because roof program done. The same people who can't drive on the road because Spark stops parking.
Yep.
The same people who you are telling to wait on NARRA because NARRA will deliver everything that they have ever hoped for.
Crazy.
I want to see what you have in it for the people, and I want you to give me an explanation as to why November, December, January, February, March, April, May. And I will say that I've achieved what I thought was impossible.
Me say right place then put Marlon back at the class. Marlon Morgan. Back at the class. Real back at the class now. When we used to go to school, my teacher used to say, empty barrel make the most nice. This man cannot stay quiet. And it's not him speaking. The man is super disrespectful.
I have the minister quite animated. Not at all, you're always very controlled. But I'm glad that I was able to break that. Yes, I like it. I like it. Mr. President?
Hey, this lady will kill you with kindness, yeah, man. Oh, she knows she have them. She has them on her finger like this with the truth. Damn.
As usual, as is quite clear, the concerns of the opposition will not be taken on board. But even worse in this instance, not one of the concerns of civil society who are now labeled People's National Party supporters simply because they are trying to build a Jamaica that is better, more resilient, has more integrity, more transparency, and more accountability. And this government is condemning them because they are doing their civic duty. If it pleases.
Thank you very much.
Mighty God. No, that is a speech right there, ladies and gentlemen. That is a power pack breakdown and exposing the government, the wicked intentions of the government. When they talk about killing them with kindness, intellect, and facts, and solid common sense reasoning, asking the right question, Dana Scott Motley, this was a master class. Master class. You hear what I said? And I'm so happy. I am so happy that these are unanswered and the responses of the government will go on record, because we're going to start read these answered and we're going to start expose these hypocritical, evil, wicked politicians, you know. And make you know why you know if you ever vote for them people ever again, you know. You if you learn. You if you learn, never again, not even them family member them not for in a parliament for the vote for. We don't want a lineage. We need some new, fresh up a place. Fresh it up. You understand? Let me know what you think in the comment section. Get this video to 5,000 likes. Let's move on. Who is next? Ah, the young man. The young man is next. I did not hear this speech. The way how she's animated, I already know she's on the wrong side of things. She's not saying nothing with no substance. Lord have mercy. Come through, my general.
Senator Tomlinson.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, we have Senator Tomlinson. I've not listened to this. Again, another raw reaction. Let's get into it as fast as we can.
1 minute. I need a 420 motion, I'm informed. 1 minute.
Mr. President, might the
that case, interpretation consider say, Mr. President, in response.
Senator Tomlinson, that's you.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know,
Let's
in
go.
response to what I just heard in the debate, all I can say, Mr. President, is that there are some lawyers I would never even consider to defend me in a traffic court because the quality of the interpretation of the law would be so poor that I think I would lose that case, Mr. President. And there were a lot of misconceptions about the bill that was expressed by the member. And I will, during the course of my presentation, respond to those misconceptions. But I want to begin with this. I noticed that there is a concerted effort on the part of those on that side to disingenuously distort the position of those on this side with respect to the NARRA bill. And I want to state clearly, without ambiguity, Mr. President, that we on this side are not opposed to reconstruction. We're not opposed to resilience. We lost constituents in Hurricane Melissa. We watched communities in Westmoreland, in St. Elizabeth, in St. James be devastated in ways that this country has not seen since Hurricane Gilbert. We understand as acutely as anyone in this chamber the urgency of getting the recovery right. But it is precisely because we understand the scale of what this authority will be asked to do. Precisely because we understand the billions of dollars that will flow through this entity, the regulatory powers that it will wield, the statutory bodies that it will be able to override, that we cannot, Mr. President, in good conscience, stand here and wave this bill throughout without saying what needs to be said. Throughout the whole debate on this bill, the question has never been whether Jamaica needs to rebuild. So when I hear them distorting the position of this side, I must say that the question is whether this bill, in its current form, gives the Jamaican people the governance framework and the accountability architecture that an undertaking of this magnitude demands. And the answer, Mr. President, is that it does not. I want to place on record the opposition's deep regret at the manner in which the legislation has been handled. This is not a routine bill. This bill creates a statutory body with powers to override decisions of a regulatory authority in the country. It allows a single minister by order to override those bodies without gazetting that order, without reporting to Parliament, without any public record of having done so. It allows a chief executive officer appointed by the Prime Minister to enter into transactions and sign contracts of unlimited value unilaterally with no co-signatory, no board authorization, no financial threshold. And it was seemingly brought to this Parliament with the expectation that it would pass with minimal opposition. Civil society raised concerns. Members of the government, members of their side, raised concerns. The opposition raised concerns, clause by clause, with specific legislative remedies attached to each. The government moved amendments that addressed a minority of the concerns. and it comes to the Senate and asking us to pass this bill. Mr. President, that is not good enough, and this side will say no. The government has shown contempt for criticism of the bill and a dangerous disregard for the simple truth that confidence in this legislation must be earned through engagement with contrasting views. Mr. President, the deficiencies in this bill should be taken in the context of the level of trust that the government is asking of the people. When a government asks its citizens to accept a statutory body with vast powers, a single unaccountable executive, no governing board, no audit committee, no mandatory parliamentary visit by the CEO, Mr. President, when it asks for that level of trust, the threshold question is, has the government demonstrated through its conduct in office the kind of probity and respect for institutional boundaries and constitutional norms that would justify any administration being given this kind of unrestrained executive authority over billions of public dollars? The record speaks for itself. The government has faced repeated adverse findings in our courts on constitutional grounds. This is a government whose record of respect for constitutional constraints has been tested and found wanting, not by the opposition, but by the judiciary. When the courts of this land have had occasion to examine whether that administration has remained within its constitutional boundaries, the rulings have not been flattering. That is a matter of public record, and it is directly relevant to whether this Senate should be comfortable passing legislation that concentrates this much unreviewed executive power in the administration's hands. Mr. President, further to that fact, in a country where procurement irregularities have been a persistent feature of public life, where major infrastructure projects have been plagued by cost overruns, i.e. Cornwall Regional Hospital, and questionable contractor selections, this government is asking us to create a procurement and project delivery vehicle with less oversight than the bodies that already exist. Mr. President, this is extraordinary. I want to be clear, Mr. President, that this is an argument that good governance does not depend on personal integrity of those who happen to hold power at any given time. Good governance depends on systems and structures, checks and balances that work regardless of who is in office. The tragedy of this bill is not that it creates NARRA, is that it creates NARRA without institutional architecture that would make it trustworthy under this current government. Now, Mr. President, I want to move to some of the structural deficiencies that I have identified, and we have repeated them on our side, and I will speak about two of them, and then I will move into a broader substantive point. On the substance of the bill itself, because of the concerns on this side.
You know, I am so happy that Mr. Cleveland Tomlinson is ignoring the hell out of Marlon Morgan, that is seeking so much attention and trying to disrupt the very comprehensive and intelligent address that he's making in regards to them and their characteristics when it comes on to protecting the constitutional rights of the people of Jamaica. It bond them. Them can't argue with Jamaica. Let's continue.
The bill is problematic. There's a blanket exemption from the performance investment management system, Mr. President. There's a provision in this bill, Mr. President, there's a provision in this bill that has received far too little attention in the public discourse. I'm speaking about Section 26, which grants a blanket exemption for all approved reconstruction and resilience projects and all designated strategic investment projects from key provisions of the public investment management system. For the benefit of the Senate, let me explain what the PIMS is and what it does. PIMS was established in 2014 through the amendments to Section 48J of the Financial Administration and Audit Act and the creation of the fourth schedule of that act. It is Jamaica's primary statutory framework for the preparation, appraisal, approval, and management of public investment projects. Every public investment project, irrespective of the source of funding and the type of procurement or implementation method used, has to be subjected to this. Its stated purpose is to promote transparency and accountability in the design, implementation, and assessment of public investments, to maximize efficiency through better project selection, and to ensure that the government receives value for money. It does through a structured process involving the Public Investment Management Committee, chaired by the Minister of Finance, a technical review committee chaired by the Director General of the PIOJ, and expert input from institutions including the Ministry of Finance and the Office of the Cabinet, the DBJ, and NEPA. In short, Mr. President, the PIMS is an independent, multi-institutional gate through which every major public investment in Jamaica must pass. Section 26 of the NARRA bill removes that gate entirely for NARRA projects. Section 26 exempts every single project that NARRA will implement from the very PIMS provisions that are supposed to provide that assurance. The government cannot simultaneously rely on PIMS as a safeguard and then exempt NARRA projects from PIMS. It is one or the other, and Section 26 of this bill makes it clear which one the government has chosen. The specific provisions being disapplied in the Financial Administration and Audit Act are Section 48B, 2B, and Section 48J of the Financial Administration and Audit Act, and the fourth schedule. The fourth schedule operationalizes it, establishing the project appraisal process, the cost-benefit analysis requirements, the risk assessment framework, and the value for money evaluation that every project must pass through before cabinet approval. By exempting NARRA projects from these provisions, this bill becomes an independent technical appraisal that determines whether a project is financially viable, whether it represents value for money, whether its risks have been properly identified and mitigated, and whether it is consistent with Jamaica's strategic development objectives. Now, Mr. President, I anticipate that the government's response will be that speed is of the essence, that reconstruction cannot wait for the full PIMS cycle, and that the urgency of the post-hurricane environment justifies a streamlined approach. And I want to engage with that argument seriously, because in principle, it is not without merit. There are circumstances in which emergency procurement and expedited project approval are legitimate and necessary. But that argument, even at its strongest, justifies a modified PIMS process, an expedited appraisal, a compressed timeline, a streamlined technical review committee, not a blanket exemption from the appraisal entirely, Mr. President. The choice before this bill was not between PIMS in full and no PIMS at all. That's a false choice that the government has presented before us, and this Senate should name it as such. What makes the exemption particularly troubling is the company it keeps in this legislation. Consider that NARRA projects will now operate without independent cost-benefit analysis under the PIMS, independent project approval by the Technical Review Committee, and the scrutiny of the Public Investment Management Committee, chaired, Mr. President, by public officials in the respective ministries, departments, and agencies. Now consider what they have already included in this bill. Fast-track directives under Section 22 that can override statutory regulators. Stepping powers under Section 24 that can override those same regulators in secret, because there is no requirement that these be gazetted or made public to Parliament or to the Jamaican people. Cabinet designation powers under Section 25 that rest on no legally defined purposes. A secrecy provision under Section 14 that criminalizes disclosure of information obtained in the course of administration, and a broad indemnity under Sections 15 and 16 that protects officials even in circumstances of criminal proceedings. Mr. President, each of these proceedings, taken alone, raises questions. Taken together and combined with the removal of PIMS scrutiny, they describe a procurement and investment environment with fewer checks, fewer safeguards, and less independent oversight than virtually any comparable program in this country's history. The question the Senate must put before the government is, what replaces PIMS? If the independent appraisal, cost-benefit analysis, and value for money evaluation that PIMS provides are being reviewed, what compensating mechanism is inserted in their place? And the honest answer, Mr. President, there is nothing. When you examine the bill, there is nothing that provides that. At a minimum, Mr. President, the bill should replace that blanket PIMS exemption with a provision establishing an expedited appraisal process, one that preserves the core requirements of independent technical review, cost-benefit analysis, and value for money assessment, while acknowledging the time pressures of reconstruction. The Technical Review Committee of PIMS could be convened on a compressed timeline for NARRA projects. The Ministry of Finance, Mr. President, through the PIMC, could also be preserved in a modified form. That's the first concern. And I'm not the only one speaking about this. Civil society has also raised this concern. I move to my second issue with respect to a deficiency in the bill, Mr. President. The Prime Minister can influence the external audit, And we've heard them. They said that NARRA is subjected to oversight mechanisms and accountability frameworks. The problem, Mr. President, with respect to the external audit that they have pointed to, is that there can be executive interference in the selection of who performs this external audit. So, Mr. President, let me begin this. You didn't read the bill for yourself, so be quiet. I'll explain it for you. The bill, Mr. President, the bill has no audit committee. There's no risk management committee. There's no internal auditor. There is no governance body of any kind to which the CEO is accountable in real time, against whose judgment his decisions can be tested, whose authorization is required before major contracts are executed. The government, Mr. President, will no doubt point to the new mandatory semi-annual reporting requirement under the amended Section 10. And I want to be fair, it's an improvement. The CEO must now produce a report every 6 months and submit them to the minister within 14 days, and the minister must make them cause them to be laid in Parliament. That is better than what was there before. But an external audit, Mr. President, is retrospective. It tells you what has happened after the money has been spent. Semi-annual reports tell Parliament what has happened in the last 6 months. Neither mechanisms prevent a wrong decision from being made in real time. Neither substitutes, Mr. President, for the real-time, continuous, independent oversight that a properly constituted audit committee and internal audit function will provide. You cannot audit your way out of a governance failure that has already happened. The structure...
No, I saw Parliament be nice today. Me say this a man have everybody over, all of the man them over there hot and them color. You know this they can't shut up. And them all and Magalan, you know, I multiply them over there and make up nice. I mean love for you know say dish out the dog of them. A beer array up. Yo, my brethren move like my man then a Lord I rings, the elf. Can't miss every pint and knock them. Remember me tell you that. What a bad game.
To be laid in Parliament. That is better than what was there before. But an external audit, Mr. President, is retrospective. It tells you what has happened after the money has been spent. Semi-annual reports tell Parliament what has happened in the last 6 months. Neither mechanisms prevent a wrong decision from being made in real time.
There's no oversight for actual real-time decisions, ladies and gentlemen. And these people can just, are you talking about 15 million US minimum for one project? Just a wrong decision just like that? And we have to pay it back? 15 million US? You got, man, listen.
Neither substitutes, Mr. President, for the real-time, continuous, independent oversight that a properly constituted audit committee and internal audit function will provide. You cannot audit your way out of a governance failure that has already happened. The structures that prevent failure must come.
And that's a key point. When you get the audit is to fix the failures, if there's any. Period. So you can't talk about audit. Facts.
Before the money moves, Mr. President. And when we turn to the external audit that this bill provides for, the problems do not end there. Section 9 requires the authority to keep proper accounts and to have those accounts audited annually. That is as it should be. And I do not quarrel with that, Mr. President. But the question is not whether there will be an audit. The question is whether the person conducting the audit is truly independent of the entity being audited under this bill. And the answer is, it doesn't have to be so. Because, Mr. President, let's look, in the original
we need some milk.
The question is whether the person conducting the audit is truly independent of the entity being audited under this bill. And the answer is, it doesn't have to be so. Because, Mr. President, let's look, in the original bill that was tabled, the auditor was appointed by the CEO with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary. The amendment improved on that, which was a welcomed improvement, but it didn't go far enough. The new bill, Mr. President, now requires that the auditor be appointed by the Cabinet Secretary with the approval of the Cabinet. Mr. President, I want the Senate to sit with that arrangement for a moment. The Cabinet Secretary reports to the Prime Minister. The Cabinet is the Prime Minister's Cabinet. The auditor who will examine NARRA's accounts is appointed by an official who answers to the Prime Minister with the approval of the Prime Minister's Cabinet. And we're told, Mr. President, that this arrangement provides some independent audit oversight.
Jamaica, that amendment to the audit, that amendment to the bill did not change anything. This is the Prime Minister that gave people an undated resignation letter to sign. And he controls this cabinet. So, having the cabinet as a part of the decision making is his cabinet, as he make the decision same way. He's a 6'9", he's a 3-card salesman, he's a chess move Jamaica. What a piece of breakdown. Let me play that back.
Mr. President, I want the Senate to sit with that arrangement for a moment. The Cabinet Secretary reports to the Prime Minister. The Cabinet is the Prime Minister's cabinet. The auditor who will examine NARRA's accounts is appointed by an official who answers to the Prime Minister with the approval of the Prime Minister's cabinet. And we're told, Mr. President, that this arrangement provides some independent audit oversight. It does not. It provides the appearance of oversight while leaving the executive with its hands firmly on the lever.
This is a PR amendment to the bill. So if you don't, you're not going to catch it. Backside.
That controls it. What this bill should do, and what I'm putting before the Senate as a specific amendment, is either vest the power to appoint NARRA's external auditor directly in the Auditor General, or remove the executive from the appointment process entirely, or establish a statutory audit committee that includes a representative from the Auditor General and is responsible for overseeing the appointment and conduct of the audit in accordance with internationally recognized standards of independence. It's not acceptable for the Cabinet Secretary to appoint the auditor and the Cabinet approves that, when both the Cabinet and the Cabinet Secretary report to the Prime Minister. Mr. President, that is problematic. The third point I want to move to is with respect to the micro, small, and medium enterprises. Who gets the contracts? MSMEs are sidelined and left out. And the extent to which Minister Hill parades the country and talks about him being the greatest defender of MSMEs, I've not heard him backed for the MSMEs in the contracts that will be given under NARRA. Mr. President, I want to turn to a dimension of this bill that has...
He needs some milk!
Oh, shots fired, bro. Shots fired.
The extent to which Minister Hill parades the country and talks about him being the greatest defender of MSMEs, I've not heard him backed for the MSMEs in the contracts that will be given under NARRA. Mr. President, I want to turn to a dimension of this bill that has almost entirely been absent from public debate. And I think its absence is itself telling. We have spoken at length about governance and about audit and about ministerial powers and regulatory override. But there's a question that sits underneath all of those concerns. And it is this: when the billions start to flow, when contracts are awarded, when the projects are executed, who in Jamaica actually benefits? The bill is silent on that question. Completely, deliberately, and inexplicably silent. In a country, Mr. President, where wealth concentration and economic exclusion are persistent features of our development landscape, a silence about who can access reconstruction contracts is a policy choice of this government, and it is a wrong one. Let me be specific about what the bill does not contain. There are no MSME participation quotas in procurement contracts. There are no mandatory local content requirements favoring Jamaican businesses over foreign ones. There are no subcontracting percentage requirements on large projects that will compel prime contractors to bring smaller Jamaican MSMEs any advantage in competing for NARRA work. There is no financing facilitation mechanism to help, Mr. President, smaller entities to benefit from the projects. Now consider, Mr. President, what the bill does contain. Section 25 sets the threshold for a designated strategic investment project at $15 million US. Mr. President, $15 million US is approximately 2.3 billion Jamaican dollars at current exchange rates. That's a floor. That is the entry for the category of projects that will attract the fast-track directive powers, the stepping orders, the cabinet designation, and the approvals machinery that the bill creates. Mr. President, and Section 41C empowers NARRA to procure goods, works, and services for the implementation of projects, programs, and plans, with no requirement anywhere in that procurement power that any portion of the procurement be accessible to, reserved for, or structured to include Jamaican micro, small, and medium enterprises. This is not something I came up with on my own, Mr. President. This is coming out of consultation with the stakeholders in the MSME sector, the small business operators, Mr. President, who would want to participate in the contracts that will be issued under NARRA. Mr. President, large infrastructure contracts have a well-documented gravitational pull toward large, established, well-capitalized firms, often multinational ones, arrangements and the technical accreditation to meet the requirements of major procurement contracts. An MSME in Westmoreland or in St. James, one of the parishes that bore the brunt of the Hurricane Melissa, that builds, that does construction, that has a small fleet and an experienced workforce, that does not have a legal department to prepare a compliant bid package for $2.3 billion infrastructure project. Mr. President, it does not have any bonding capacity for a prime contractor on a project of that size that is required to carry out and to provide a capacity for small enterprises to be included. What makes this more troubling, Mr. President, is the context in which NARRA operates. Hurricane Melissa did not devastate the corporate headquarters of New Kingston. It devastated communities, farming communities, fishing communities, small businesses in Westmoreland, St. Elizabeth, and the other western parishes. The people who lost most are by and large the people with the least access to the capital, the connections, and the compliance capacity that the large public procurement demands. A reconstruction program that builds the roads those communities depend on, the hospitals they use, the schools that the children attend, but that channels the economic benefit of that reconstruction to large established contractors and foreign firms is a reconstruction program that rebuilds the infrastructure of those communities while bypassing the economic recovery of the people who live in them. That is not resilience, Mr. President. That is reconstruction for some and exclusion for the rest. And that, Mr. President, is problematic. There were some arguments made by the speaker before me, and in the last few minutes that I have, Mr. President, I must respond to them. It provides no remedy for affected persons whose concerns are ignored. That's a fact. The bill provides no remedy for affected persons whose concerns are ignored. If the authority holds a consultation, hears from a community that their land will be destroyed and that they have no alternative accommodation, and then proceeds with the project anyway without addressing those concerns, what can that community do, Mr. President? Nothing. Section 17.4 provides no answer. There's no grievance mechanism. There is no right to require reconsideration, no right to approach a tribunal or court specifically to enforce the consultation obligation. The only route, Mr. President, is judicial review, which brings us back to 5 years and significant resources. Mr. President, there must be some kind of recourse mechanism included in the bill for those persons whose concerns will become loud, those whose concerns, Mr. President, will become apparent. Mr. President, in closing, the measure of a legislature is not whether it passes legislation quickly. The measure of a legislature is whether it passes legislation that works, that serves the people it is meant to serve, that holds power accountable, that builds institutions capable of serving the government of the day and serving the governments that follow. NARRA could be that institution, only if you would open your ears and listen, only if you would relax the arrogance and listen. NARRA could be that institution. This bill, in its current form, does not build that institution. It builds something else, something fast, something flexible, something convenient for the executive, Mr. President, something that can circumvent regulatory authority, Mr. President. And it asks the Jamaican people to trust that the persons who hold power will use it wisely with no legal obligation to be transparent in a sufficient way, no board to answer to, and no parliament committee where the CEO is required for questioning by the people's representatives. Mr. President, trust is not a governance mechanism. Oversight is a governance mechanism. Accountability is a governance mechanism. Transparency is a governance mechanism. This bill provides too little of all three, and this side of the Senate will continue to say so for as long as it takes for that message to be heard by my arrogant colleagues on that side. We support reconstruction of Jamaica. We support the establishment of an authority equal to that task. We do not support and we will not vote in favor of that bill that asks Jamaica.
Senator,
thank you, Mr. President.
1 minute, just 1 minute.
I have 16 seconds. Can you pause the clock, Mr. President? I have 16 seconds.
Hello, Cummins, 1 minute. Mr. Cummins.
See him where, sir. Him 6 stomach for you, man. Antonio, big up. Him 6 stomach for you. Big up Mr. Cleveland Thomas. Arrogant. That's right.
Mr. Tomlinson.
What's the point of order?
Mr. Tomlinson. Hello, set me Senator Golden Campbell. Senator Tomlinson. Senator Tomlinson, I'm talking to you now.
Yes, Mr. President.
1 minute. A point of order has been taken. I'm going to listen to it. It is for me to inquire what it is, not you. So just hang on.
Yes,
and
Mr.
you will
President.
get back the 3 minutes that you have lost, or 2
Thank you,
minutes,
Mr.
whatever
President.
it is. What? Senator.
Somebody arrogant. Look,
No, please. Your statement, please. Come now, please. Mr. Tomlinson, withdraw.
Mr. President, I have no challenge withdrawing the use of that term. I think the Jamaican people know for themselves
George,
what they
you have
think
withdrawn
of
it, so
that
let's-
side.
you have-
So, Mr. President, I withdraw that term. I have no challenge doing that. But I end by saying, Mr. President, that we support the establishment of an authority equal to the task. We do not support and we will not vote in favor of a bill that asks the Jamaican people to place their confidence, their money, and their futures in an institution that is structurally incapable of accounting for how it uses any of them. Thank you, Mr. President.
I mean, I'm sorry to say him never bring up the fact that Andrew Wallace is not certified. You should have just add that into the last part after she had get up and a chat of her mouth. Cause she had the next one too, you know. Them hot under the collar, you know. All of them look nasty behavior come out when the truth start beat them. They are arrogant, and that's a fact. Ain't no joke about, and the entire Jamaica know that. All the same support of them for them, so them can't stay there. Out of that. Anyway, moving on. Oh, you know, from you. Oh, the general. I see general. They don't say tonight I burn the midnight or everything's a joke. I forget this, but let me see who else may have after that. Oh, Mr. Oh my God, the general. No, so much general left. Lambert Brown and Gilas. How this? I'm interested for you nothing from the JLP people, you know. Because we're not going to hear nothing of substance. Doesn't matter. How this? Marathi. Sure. As she closing. That means I may have 2 more. Okay, perfect. I know exactly what I'm doing. Cleveland Tomlinson deal with them. Grimy, bro. Love it. Love it, bro. Love it. Arrogant. No doubt about it. Very arrogant. Ladies and gentlemen, of course, you know we have the brother, Mr. Bernard. The Rastaman. Come true.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I
like and share the video, guys. Thank you. Get this to 1,000 likes. Appreciate you.
I made sure, Mr. President, that I sanitize my presentation of anything related to body-worn cameras, because I really do not want to be deprived of my 30 minutes inadvertently. Mr. President, I rise
big up the general.
contribute to this debate on the National Reconstruction and Resilient Authority Bill 2026. A bill, Mr. President, which the government purports as a framework for recovery, resilience, and reconstruction in the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. Instead, what is before this Honorable Senate is a sweeping legislative instrument that centralizes unprecedented power in the executive, weakens environmental and planning safeguards, sideline independent oversight bodies, threatens customary and constitutional rights, and opens doors for the fast tracking of large-scale private investment projects, particularly along Jamaica's coastline. Mr. President, during the Senate debate on Casino Gambling Regulations 2025 on April 17, I warned the House that the proposed NARRA would become the mechanism through which strategic projects will be expedited, many of them private sector-led coastal developments tied to the exclusive tourism model. At the time, Mr. President, some dismissed those concerns as speculative because I exposed the underlying direction of NARRA. However, Mr. President, you would have heard the minister who opened the debate in the Senate last week that Fast Jamaica, which is akin to NARRA, is intended to accelerate tourism projects, real estate developments, urban renewal projects, logistic hubs, manufacturing investments, and major private capital projects. Mr. President, the Senate must pay careful attention here, because once we connect the bill to the wider policy direction of the government, the picture becomes clearer. A pattern emerging. A pattern is emerging for fast-track projects, expanded executive discretion, reduced regulatory resistance, and coastal and tourism-oriented development acceleration. And so the concerns many Jamaicans have are now entirely legitimate. Is NARRA truly a disaster reconstruction mechanism, or is it a parallel development regime for major investment projects? Because, Mr. President, under Clause 25, Cabinet may designate virtually any sector as strategic, where any project over 15 million that contributes to economic resilience may qualify. That is extraordinarily broad. And this is how, Mr. President, mission creep begins. The bill will no longer be about rebuilding communities like Catherine Hall and Estuary in St. James and all the other communities that were seriously devastated by Hurricane Melissa and who are patiently waiting to be resiliently constructed by this government. The bill will not be about restoring vulnerable communities, repairing damaged homes, or bringing potable water to neglected communities. Mr. President, the government's own pronouncements have confirmed exactly what I warned about then. Mr. President, the executive director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Dr. Kerry Wallace, publicly stated that the planned redevelopment for Montego Bay Hip Strip, the Jimmy Cliff Boulevard, could fall under NARRA because, and I quote, there are some huge plans under the NARRA program stretching from the Montego Bay Port Corridor to revealing who exactly is NARRA being built for. The Mega Development Consortium, or the ordinary Jamaican communities still struggling with deplorable roads, damaged homes, and no reliable water. Mr. President, let me talk a little bit about this mission creep and use water as an example. In an Observer article entitled "No Longer a Pipe Dream," Minister Matthew Samuda expressed great pride at the arrival of pipes to be used in Phase 1 of the Western Water Resilience Improvement Project. The minister used the opportunity to declare that without executive powers contemplated under the NARRA legislation, and I quote, we will fail our citizens and not put them back on the path of growth. But Mr. President, despite promises by the government leading up to the 2025 general election that the Western Water Resilience Improvement Project would bring reliable pipe water directly into the homes of residents, any careful examination of the scope of that project would reveal that the promised improvements in water supply were never truly intended to benefit residents in sections of communities like Providence, Norwood, Glendevon, or even Salt Spring and the surrounding St. James communities. Mr. President, the harsh reality is that many communities still lack the basic infrastructure necessary to receive pipe water from any proposed source. Yes, there is nothing in the stated scope of the Western Resilience Water Improvement Project that meaningfully address and seek to remedy this deficiency. Indeed, Mr. President, I quote again from the said Observer article, the scope of the Western Resilient Water Improvement Project is designed to enhance interconnected hydraulics and storage, ensuring that the structural integrity of infrastructure can support the rapid economic growth and tourism growth in the region. Mr. President, the emphasis is therefore unmistakable. The primary focus of this project is not the long-neglected communities struggling daily without reliable water access, but rather the facilitation of rapid economic expansion in the tourism-driven development region. This is a creep in the scope that is inherent in NARRA. Again, Mr. President, we ask the question, who exactly is NARRA being built for? Mr. President, one of the gravest concerns with this bill relates to beach access right and the protection of customary access or prescription rights to Jamaica's coastline. the Prescription Act of 1822 remains one of the few legal mechanisms through which ordinary Jamaicans can defend customary rights acquired through long-standing use of beaches, rivers, fishing areas, bathing space, and coastal pathways. This is not a legal concept, Mr. President. There are the lived realities for fisher folks, for coastal residents, for the Rastafari community, and for ordinary Jamaicans whose relationship with the sea predates many of these luxury developments now occupying the coastline. Yet, Mr. President, NARRA threatens to fundamentally undermine these rights. Under Clause 24, NARRA may issue stepping orders that subordinate public and environmental interests to executive discretion. Under Clause 25, the minister is empowered to grant approvals with the same legal effect as if independent agencies themselves approve them. What does this mean in practical terms? It means, for example, that the executive can effectively bypass the National Resource Conservation Authority, its planning processes, its environmental safeguards, and independent oversight mechanism. It means projects can proceed before long-standing claims of customary use are resolved. It means communities can lose access first and fight later if they can afford to. Mr. President, there are several real examples where communities have already had to fight to preserve access to the coastal spaces and beaches. Miami Bay in St. Anne's, Bob Marley Beach in Bull Bay, Blue Lagoon in Portland, Little Downs River in Waterreef, and the flank of Providence Beach. We went to court yesterday, Mr. President, in St. James. In every one of these cases, ordinary Jamaicans found themselves in conflict with commercial interests supported by institutional power. Returning to the statement, Mr. President, made by the Executive Director of the Tourism Enhancement Fund, Dr. Kerry Wallace, who publicly indicated that the planned development for the Montego Bay heat strip could ultimately fall under the authority of NARRA. For those who don't know Montego Bay, Mr. President, for those who don't know Montego Bay, for those who are unfamiliar with Montego Bay, Mr. President, this area, this heat strip, Mr. President, is the home of the treasured one-man beach, a public recreational gem valued not only by residents of St. James, but also by Jamaicans visiting from across the island and the conscientious tourists. Mr. President, over the years, there have been repeated attempts, Mr. President, to divest this beach into private hands. Those efforts were consistently and vociferously resisted by ordinary citizens asserting customary and prescriptive rights to access and use. It is precisely because of that public resistance that these private interests were previously kept at bay. What is deeply concerning now is that NARRA appears to position, or NARRA appears to weaken and potentially dismantle the customary and prescriptive grip which people have maintained over one-man beach. And once customary public access is broken, Mr. President, it becomes extraordinarily difficult to restore. That is the real danger before us. The bill does not simply streamline development processes, it fundamentally restructures power in the manner that tilts the balance away from vulnerable communities and towards large capital-backed interests. Mr. President, gone back to Montego Bay, Mr. President. On March 9 of this year, I listened, Senator Morgan. On March 9th, I was going to call a party, but I guess I think thing that. On March 9th, Mr. President, I listened to Mr. Norman Brown, chairman of the UDC, berate residents of Flanker and surrounding communities for invoking their customary and prescriptive rights during a public consultation meeting on the EIA for Sandals Overwater Suites project in Montego Bay. Despite the mounting anomalies, contradictions, and apparent breaches identified in the EIA, the UDC chairman castigated residents and other stakeholders as being anti-development and remained resolute that the developments of this nature would be pursued aggressively and without apology. Mr. President, the risk, NARRA risk institutionalizing and accelerating this very pattern. And this must concern every Jamaican. Because beaches are not merely economic assets. They're part of our social inheritance. They're part of our cultural identity. They're part of the public commons. Mr. President, there's another deeply troubling contradiction at the heart of this bill. The government says NARRA is about resilience and recovery. But where in this bill is the meaningful prioritization of the communities most devastated by Hurricane Melissa? Where is the clear legislative commitment to rebuilding homes and displaced families? Where is the guarantee
that vulnerable communities will receive upgraded drainage infrastructure, retaining walls, climate-resilient housing, and restored community facilities? Where is the framework for rebuilding fishing villages and low-income settlements devastated by flood storm surge? Where is the national program for potable water access during drought-prone and marginalized communities? Mr. President, across Jamaica today, there are communities still struggling. Yet the national conversation around NARRA appears increasingly focused on fast-tracking corridor investments, tourism expansion zones, and redevelopment projects with high commercial returns. This is not resilience rooted in people. We never say it's a problem. You're continuously misquoting us. We are saying this is not resilience rooted in people. This is resilience rooted in capital. Instead, we have before us a bill that centralizes authority while reducing accountability. A bill that elevates executive discretion above independent oversight. A bill that is transforming disaster recovery into an avenue for accelerating commercial restructuring of Jamaica's coastline. Mr. President, the Constitution of Jamaica is not suspended because there is an emergency. The rule of law does not become optional because projects are deemed strategic. A reliance cannot simply mean making Jamaica more attractive for investment while vulnerable communities remain exposed, neglected, and dispossessed. True resilience means protecting people, protecting rights, protecting community, protecting access, protecting livelihood. Mr. President, the opposition is not against development. We are not against reconstruction. You have heard it over and over. We are not against investment. But development without rights is disposition. Reconstruction without accountability is dangerous. And resilience without justice is exclusion. For these reasons, Mr. President, we urge the bill to be substantially amended along a number of lines, and we'll come to the committee session, so I'll not expose them here until we get to that session. But, Mr. President, Jamaica cannot be rebuilt by sacrificing the rights of ordinary Jamaicans, and Parliament must never permit disaster recovery to become the justification for democratic erosion, environmental degradation, and the enclosure of public space. The Jamaican people deserves resilience with justice, resilience with accountability, and resilience that builds community, not merely investment corridors. From the look of things, Mr. President.
Yo, I tell you, I have a lot of respect for this man right here. And I remember the People's National Party, most of them, like, yeah, all of them. I have respect for that. But I have a lot of respect for this brother right here. He is a true Rasta man. You notice his arguments are people-centered, very people-centered. They live realities of the persons. The potential possibilities of erosion and corruption is what he zooms in on. That's the very, you know, the weaknesses within the bill itself. You understand? So, more I say big up to Mr. Bernard, you know. Yeah, man, no look at joke. One Mr. Bernard, man. You understand? And I don't know why the people in St. James really dropped the ball and did not vote for this man, for him to win that constituency. But anyway, moving on.
And I know I said I wasn't going to use the term. It looks like NARRA, like the police, desperately needs body-worn camera. Repeat it, Mr. President.
Yo, big up yourself, brother. That was pretty quick. I didn't even, yeah, because I kind of just let it run and it's kind of moving fast. So that was 30 minutes, right? Oh, wow. Yeah, that was pretty quick. But shout out to him. That's a great contribution. A lot to think about. You know, his message is sound. You know what I mean? And it's really dangerous what they're doing with this NARRA bill. And people must wake up and rise up. You know, get this video to 1,000 likes. Thank you. Appreciate that. Right, who else we got? We got Mr. Senator. Yes, Mr. Lambert, the general himself. The general in the dance. One general in the dance. Yes, gentle people. So we have Mr. Lambert Brown. Please remember to like, share, and subscribe if you haven't already. The super chat is available, the PayPal is available, the Zelle, all that is pinned in the comment section. All right, let's get into it.
Senator Brown, it's coming around. You don't need it. Senator Brown, you're recognized. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, the days of the meal soon be over, man. Mr. President, it has been a long day. It has also been a divisive day. One would have thought that, given the importance to the other side of this bill, that we'll be trying to reach across the aisles, find grounds on which we could agree and move forward. But instead, some cursing and things. So let me start by saying, Senator Tomlinson has authorized me to say publicly that he made some remarks about Senator Rose Bennett Cooper, and that he regrets those remarks, and that he has actually sent you a note to that effect, apologizing. And that's the action of a decent man who recognize that in the heat of the moment, comments may be made, even in jest, but the reality is.
So that they can chat to Simon about Angela Brownberg. What Angela Brownberg have to, unlike the Speaker of the House. How about that?
He regrets what was said to you. In another attempt to find some common ground, Mr. President, I would like, on behalf of all the male senators, on that side and on this side, to wish all the mothers of the Senate a happy Mother's Day. When it comes.
Oh, when it comes, come here, say, why is everybody saying Mother's? It's not Mother's Day yet. I'm like, what the hell going on, man?
I wish to extend that on our behalf to all the staff of the Parliament who are mothers as well. And that goes to the technical people who come here and to the security forces who protect us. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. In fact, to all the mothers of Jamaica. Mr. President, having gotten out that part of which just come and go, let me borrow from Senator Bennett. Lest we forget. There's a lot we shouldn't forget. It is my view that this bill is flawed. It is also, and I note, that civil society, probably 40 different civil, probably 40 different organizations have expressed reservation of one sort or another in respect to the bill. I have hoped that at least the government would recognize their views, as well as the fact that the opposition has no problem with a vehicle for dealing with recovery. But there are areas in which we disagree. And a proposal was made. Let me make it clear. One of the reasons why people are disagreeing with aspects of the bill is something.
Senator Brown, engage your other microphone. Engage.
Sorry, on butterfly zone.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Cool, yeah. A week or so ago, in the midst of this debate about this bill, I sent a message to Dr. Monroe, and I said, do you remember the book entitled Constitutional Decolonization, the Case of Jamaica, 1940s to 62? Dr. Monroe, leave Apka alone. Leave him alone. Alan, you leave him alone. Alan, leave him alone. Alan, don't. Just let me deal with it. So, Dr. Monroe, a Rhodes Scholar, wrote that as his thesis. And he published it. And it has been the foundation of many first-year students in politics at the university. In that book, which I read way back in the 70s, Monroe warned of the possibility, and that's the central thesis of the book, the possibility of a prime minister dictatorship. And I believe that fundamentally the concerns of citizens is that this bill goes too far and heads in the direction of a prime ministerial dictatorship. And I'm very clear, President, that when they are in opposition, they don't like the awesome powers that our Constitution gives to a prime minister. So much so that when they were in opposition recently, they wanted to take away the power of the prime minister to fix the election date, to set the election date. And when they came to power having promised to have fixed election date, they resigned from it. Lest we forget. The Joint Select Committee, of which we are called for, can be time-bound, can meet our. They don't like the awesome powers that our Constitution gives to a prime minister. So much so that when they were in opposition recently, they wanted to take away the power of the prime minister to fix the election date, to set the election date. And when they came to power having promised to have fixed election date, they resigned from it. Lest we forget.
Who remember that? Who remember that? Play it again. Let them hear.
When they are in opposition, they don't like the awesome powers that our Constitution gives to a prime minister. So much so that when they were in opposition recently, they wanted to take away the power of the prime minister to fix the election date, to set the election date. And when they came to power having promised to have fixed election date, they resigned from it.
They are hypocrites. Because they weren't in power, they have a problem with it. But when they're in power, yes, they like it. They are hypocrites. Extreme hypocrites.
Lest we forget. The Joint Select Committee, of which we are called for, can be time-bound, can meet regularly, including on weekends, and need not be meeting only in this chamber. Senator Gill and I sat on the BOJ, and credit to Minister then Nigel Clark. We met on Saturdays. We met during Christmas, and we got the BOJ bill ready. It's about the leadership. Many of the Joint Select Committee, of which Senator Sinclair speaks, for example, you have a meeting now, another one a month, 2 months down the line. It's about leadership. Yes. It's about priority. Yes. And the opposition is committed. Is committed to a quick turnaround of a Joint Select Committee. Yes. And it makes good sense. Absolutely. It can be done quickly. It can improve the democracy. It gets us harmony in legislation. It reduces confusion. It reduces uncertainty. And it makes better bills. So I stand on the need for the Joint Select Committee. The government says this bill is urgent. And I laugh. Because if it was urgent, there would be a date set for it to come into operations. Because that's how we set bills now. We have bills with date for it to come into operation, or a date to be appointed by the minister. If this was urgent, would say 1st of June, 1st of July. But no, it is for a date to be set by the minister. So to our Senator Raman Small Ferguson pointed out, there's no dissolution date. So it's clear that the intention of this is for it to be a permanent arrangement under the guise of having a sunset clause. Because sunset cometh, and we know when it comes. But here, there is no specific time for the sunset clause. So the urgency is not an answer for why we're not having the fullest approach of opening this bill to the public and to the parliamentary discourse outside of the way we're doing it today. We'll have a better bill, I believe. Also, President, Clause 27 requires that the minister, after consultation with the authority, may make regulations for the implementation of the bill. Minister, is the regulations ready? Are they available? Will this be another case where, like the Road Traffic Act, we pass legislation, or the Building, or the Disability Act, and the regulation take a long time to follow, which nullify the argument that there's an urgency in this bill. Mr. President, the last time the urgency argument was used here, Senator Scott Motley pointed it out. 2017. 2017. President, it was so urgent you couldn't delay a couple of hours. 9 years has passed. 9 years has passed. Where is needs today? Where is needs today? That was so urgent in 2017. So, I am not moved.
Hey, Mr. Lambert, Brona make one dagger argument that's still about urgency, you know. Because of that, them bank them whole thing pan. Oh, it's urgent. 6 months past, brother, what kind of urgent? If you did urgent, you know, that deal with certain things already. And then Donald Scott Motley made the point about, oh, you know, the Darrell Vaz dealt with urgency using his emergency power. So it has nothing to do with urgency. Oh my God, bro. This is I mean, Mark Golden is the shredder. But these people out here moving like I don't know what type of machine that is. Like they evaporating this bill out of existence. You feel me? It's all like you need a microscope to look and see any, you know what I'm saying, any parts of it. Totally destroying the bill. My God.
I'm not moved by the fanciful comments on the other side. The truth is, at my age, I have heard a lot of what was said today and how great it's going to be. I hear them in election time and fanciful promises. President, let's be clear. When my friend, Senator Duncan, spoke and said all of these things that will happen because of this legislation, I said to myself, hold on there, where did I hear this before? And I remember Michael Leachy telling us 5 and 4.
Yes.
I remember the Prime Minister's speech yesterday, where is he? About economic council,
yes.
men, economic ambassador.
Yes.
You know, we're going to grow the economy.
Lord
I've heard it before. I told you I heard previous Prime Ministers utter these things before. So, I'm not optimistic.
Not at all.
The only thing I tell my friend, Senator Duncan, is this. Having heard you today, having heard Michael Leachin, the question is, who do I believe? And the answer is none of them. The proof for the pudding is in the doing.
That is it.
And until you do it, there'll be no applause from the side.
That's right.
As I indicated, this bill is about creating a new architecture of governance. One which move away from the current architecture which contain guardrails against abuse, against corruption, and to create an architecture which is divide of the guardrails. And therefore, open the country to abuse which we have seen before. They are essentially, with this new architecture, going back to the 60s. I remember Senator Small Ferguson, Jamaica borrowed a lot of money to build secondary schools. And President, the schools, the money was there. We were told the schools were built Minister Hill. But one of the schools couldn't be found.
What?
No, not us, not us. Arthur Burt.
Oh my God.
Arthur Burt was the Minister of State responsible for the project. A commission of inquiry was set up, Mr. President.
Yes.
Commission of inquiry was set up. And Arthur Burt refused to appear before the commission of inquiry, preferring to pay the fine. And then he left Jamaica.
Wow.
And so condemned was he. So condemned was he that he never returned to the country.
Wow.
He died. And he never even came back for his own funeral.
Wow, that's crazy.
Never even come back for his own funeral.
That's crazy.
You know, Mr. Brown. You know the school that they said this. Listen, the school that them said disappeared in St. Thomas. Yeah, I'm going to give you back the time.
Thank you.
The school that they said disappeared in St. Thomas was actually built in Michael Mandy's constituency in Central Kingston.
We can go for the report. We can go for the Commission of Inquiry report.
Yes.
We can go for the Commission of Inquiry report.
Yes, we can
but
go
the man
for
never
it.
even come back.
That tell you everything we need to know.
My personal view that this new
for the man disappear.
legislation
Hold on.
amounts to a case of
Yo, for the man disappear and never come back to Jamaica, that tell you the shame that was brought. That he knew that was on him. And died in overseas and never come back here. Come on, man. Stop playing.
flying the gate and letting the pirates. It's piracy we're looking at.
Of course.
We're looking at piracy to
Of
come.
course. Straight up. Straight up.
And so,
thief in.
President.
1 minute, Senator Brown. 1 minute, Senator Brown. Senator Sinclair.
That comment, a point about it, because that comment is casting aspersions on the persons who are passing the bill, which are identified persons. Right now you can identify 12 of us sitting here. So you are casting an aspersion to say that we are conspiring with persons who are pirates.
No, I think Senator Sinclair.
What is it?
I think that's a bit thin-skinned. And I know that is a PNP campaign song that they say fly the gate and let in the pirate.
We're passing the bill to let in the pirate. That's what he said, you know.
Yeah, but you said that we are not Jamaicans.
Mr. President, I continue, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. You said that we are not Jamaicans. A man that have a birth cert. Man, shut up. Sit down. Because we, the people of Jamaica, soon as pirate. Nobody now to cast no aspersions for. Nobody. Wanna do it all by yourself. I say it on this platform and many times. Anybody that pass this bill or agree with this bill, I consider you a criminal. That is my opinion of you. Yeah, and I'm entitled to it. Best believe. Let's continue. Thin skin barriers.
Press the microphone. Send it out.
To address the issue of the idea that this bill will allow at some point the possibility of a step-in order. And the minister chose to bring to the Senate a building permit which she applied for in November 2024 for Nagozed Primary, a school my daughter went to. And to say it was only granted last April. I took my phone up and something I'd recommend to journalists to do, to call the other side. Yeah. Call the municipality. Talk to the mayor, as I did. The application was made until it was resolved. I made the point, President, because Portmore, a place I have lived since 1977, has shown significant growth.
We back.
Have shown significant growth. In fact, I make bold to say, if you should measure per capita income per municipality, that Portmore is likely to have the highest per capita income. I go further to say that as you drive through Portmore, you see a parish, not a parish, a municipality that in the last couple of years, Senator Duncan, has doubled, if not tripled, its size, which tells us that that municipality have been working and have been churning out building permits in time to facilitate development. Minister, I believe we are going.
Another excellent point, another practical point by Senator Lambert. You're witnessing experience here, ladies and gentlemen. He had to be the man to close this debate.
Minister,
for the PNP.
I believe we are going to have some talks, but I believe you owe the municipality an apology. And I urge the media to go and speak with the municipality. Mr. President, time is short. And I want to say, clause 25, clause 1A of 25 sets at 15 million US. Bench limit is no less than that for that minimum, a floor. But clause 25.3 give the minister the day after the authority comes into being the power to change that by order, not by ordinary legislation which come here and we can amend it, but by order. And I'm going to move for the deletion of that clause. Because if we as a Senate and as parliamentarian, if we are self-respecting parliamentarian, we wouldn't put that clause there, having just approved the 15 million. But we'll say more on that in committee. Mr. President, it is clear to me that there are a lot of things that can be done without NARRA. The PNP government, during those 18 years, we built 17 schools in northwest Jamaica.
Yes.
17 schools in northwestern Jamaica. Without NARRA.
Without NARRA.
We did that by using the Urban Development Corporation with a board led by Vin Lawrence.
Yes.
We built, so our board doesn't prevent progress from being made. We built 10,000 houses in Portmore.
Yes.
Without NARRA. The road from Negril to Port Antonio.
Without NARRA. Oh my God.
And we know that that road which was upgraded resulted in a big tourism investment throughout the corridor. Creating jobs and opportunities. We created development without NARRA.
Yes.
Mr. President, we built the East-West Highway, the PJ Patterson Highway, without NARRA. Opening up the country for greater development, creation of jobs. We did that without NARRA. The North-South Highway. What's it called again? Siaga, yeah, Edo Siaga, the man who opposed it. The man who opposed it. But we built that, creating new developments without NARRA. We expanded both international airports without NARRA.
My God.
So that recently they took $100 billion from it, from them. To easy coming. We did that without NARRA. We developed the seaports without NARRA.
Jeez and peace.
Including the Falmouth Pier without NARRA. We led the telecom revolution without NARRA. Sparking jobs and development. And so, it is clear to us that we do not need NARRA for development. Maybe Johnny come lately. They don't understand that development can come without prime ministerial dictatorship.
Yes.
And that is the fundamental difference. I am clear. I am very clear that much of the nice talk today, much of the bluster, is like the man who said, "I'm going to open the Strait of Hormuz," when it was already open before the war. Much about nothing. Much ado about nothing.
My God.
And so, no, I don't want a visa. I don't want a Jamaican passport. Travel is not my baby. I've done enough of that. But suffice it to say, President, when you come with the developments, which I am sure that this bill is not about providing houses for the people in Westmoreland, or St. Elizabeth, or Hanover, or St. James. This is about another agenda.
Yes.
An agenda of flying the gate
and let
the pirates in.
Yes.
Yes. Fly the gate and let the pirates in. Jamaica should be seeing a bill which says we're going to build 50,000 houses in Western Jamaica to replace those damaged by the hurricane.
Of course.
I'm seeing nothing from them saying that. Nothing. I come from a party where Norman Manley, after the Hurricane Charlie, built out houses in Augustown, Manley Avenue, that's why it's named Manley Avenue, and that here, for people. I come from a party where PJ appointed Danville Williams to Walker, how did I get Williams? To do the reconstruction. So that we are for reconstruction. We are for helping the people. I don't see that in this bill. I say nice talk. But I've come to learn from that side to separate the pretty talk to the real action. When you deliver 5 in 4, 10 years after, you have delivered 5% cumulatively, much as 5 in 4. So when I see that type of failure by the government, it doesn't give me any hope that this new thing, which is to build a new parliament, to build a new KPH, good. But that's not about disaster relief. That's about new thing. We built Maple Hospital. We built the hotel called Hospital in Mandeville. There are things we have done. We did it without NARRA. We built the indoor stadium for the Bolo championship. We have done, and you have failed to use it. So we have done and showed to the people what development can be. Sadly, we are waiting from them, hopefully without the dictatorship of the Prime Minister, because they're so well into the cult of the personality. And the last thing I will say to my friend Dr. Monroe is whether I'm not sure who are the biggest cult, Stalin or Andrew. May it please you, Mr. President.
Mighty God. Mighty God, ladies and gentlemen.
Who culture. I take it to know that fly the gate.
Let me see. Let me see. Oh yeah. You don't want to hear from Sheen either. That is it. People sooner or later, there's a video coming up at 5 p.m. So I left it. And videos coming up through the whole morning. That is it. I'm out. Thank you guys for being here, the ones that did. Hopefully I have a better, anytime I have this type of setting, hopefully I have a better turnout. God, if I even 100 somebody on my channel on the 30,000, my goodness. What am I gonna do? Can you guys help me out? I need y'all to share the video, yeah, man, because I don't know what's going on. This is really, I'm getting new people every day, and the new people are not getting notifications when they subscribe. Make it make sense. But anyway, I'm out. Have a good